on my table with things we need, but it's not really that much. We need, of course, our tumbling tall blocks, the smaller blocks. We have here my container with everything inside, like the scissors, markers, brushes, everything you always use. I have here my wood glue. Of course, like I always tell you, you can use some hot glue, but especially also with this one, it falls very easy apart, so be careful with that. I have here my container with some beads inside in different shapes. Of course, I have here my old piece of kitchen towel to wipe away the glue, and paint at your choice. Choose any color you like. This is what we need for this DIY. We are going to make a bench, but a bench, a different one. I made already a couple of benches, and I am always love to decorate with benches. You can easily get them also for organizing, do some things on it. You can use them for decorating. You can use them for anything. So we are going to make another version. We will see how this will turn out. So the first step is 6 pieces of 2, and we are going to do very easy. Do a little line in the middle, place them on top. We're going to start from the middle out with this bench, not from the sides, but in the middle. And I don't know if this will work or not, but we will see. We're going to place this on top, and we're going to place this one. We're going to do them on the sides, squeeze it, and make sure that you have a straight line. Squeeze it, and again place it on the middle, squeeze, and also the last one, and make sure that you give it a couple of minutes to rest. So we gave all 6 of them a moment to dry. What we're going to do, we're going to place them in a row. We're going to do some glue on the tops, place it down, do some glue on the tops, and place them together over here, and we make one big row out of it, and over here, and this one. And you can make them as big and as short as you want, because this one will be a little bit of the bigger one. Not too big, but at least he is a little bigger. So again, squeeze it and make sure that you wipe away the glue you don't need. So we give it a couple of minutes, and then we're going to turn it and press it down. And again, do some wiping over it, and now we're going to let this dry also for at least a couple of minutes. So we gave this already a couple of minutes. We're going to place it aside. I have always on this side my second mat, so I can place things which are needed to dry. So I'm going to place this over here. I'm going to let it dry, and now I'm going to take 6 blocks. But I'm going to do this 6 times. So I take my time for it, because or else you don't want to wait for it. So I do it a little faster. And yes, we have now our 6 pieces of 6, and we do very easy. We take the longest line of the block. We're going to place them together very carefully. Of course, don't use too much glue like I most of the time do, but you already know me. So I'm always bad with glue. So I'm going to roll them easy together. And of course, if you're going to make this bench, or maybe you already made another one, maybe let me know in the comments how you made your bench, and maybe you can send a picture, because I would love to see how your bench is turned out. So maybe if you have a little bit time over, I know it's a busy for everyone, but if you have some time over, maybe you can show it to me. I would love to see it, because I always learn also from other people. So I wish I had more time to watch other YouTubers, because I really have no time to watch, because I also do the Dutch word of the day, and I do a lot of other things. So I'm always very short on time to watch everyone else. So I always do my best, but I'm going to squeeze it from within like this. And I'm going to do it here also. We're going to try to make a straight line. And then we're going to give it a couple of minutes after we wiped away the glue, and always give some pressure from the sides to make sure that everything is fitting nicely. And here the same, So I'm going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So I wiped away the glue, gave it a couple of minutes, and of course now we're going to place 5 of them on the side, because we're going to turn them and place them this way, because we're going to roll them together. And you see already, that's also DIYing. If you pick it up and it's only a couple of minutes, just do it then, place it together, and very carefully place it on the side, because you can easily redo it with your wood glue, because it's so easy to work with. So just make one straight line, and that's why I also show you always things that are not going perfect, because never a DIY goes perfect, at least not with mine. It may be a chance that I'm just clumsy. That's also maybe a solution. That's also something that maybe with other people it really goes very well. So at least I'm speaking for myself. I am really maybe that clumsy that things are always falling apart or something else. But I'm going to roll them together until one piece, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure from the sides. Of course, we try to give it the shape we need, and we're going to try in at least with a little bit of pressure every time to fill in the gaps as much as we can, because that's where we're going for. And if you have open gaps and you don't like it, maybe you can do some wood filler or maybe some speckle on it. I don't know if they are the same, but at least you know what I mean. So we're going to make sure that this one is also smooth, and we're going to roll them together, and we're going to give this at least I think a half hour. In the meantime, while this one is drying, we are going to get 6 blocks in the length, so very easy. And we're going to give them on the tops some glue. So we're going to do this one and roll this one together, and over here, and the last already, and this way, and we make sure that we're going to squeeze it, and this way, and the last over here. And now we're going to try to squeeze it from the sides, and don't be scared if everything is popping out. I had that already so many times, so don't worry about it. Just glue them together again, the same like we did with the plank over here. So always have in your mind that everything you can build again, so it doesn't matter. So we're going to place it aside and give it also a couple of minutes. So what we're going to do, we're going to turn it around, and we're going to do some glue on the underline. So very careful, do one line on the underline with glue. This way, we're going to place it over here, get this one, and we're going to place it straight up, and we're going to give it some pressure until the back side of one of our plank over here, so this can dry in easily together. So, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying. So I'm going to get this one, and I'm going to place it on my second mat, and I'm going to let it dry. We are going to get 4 blocks, so very easy, 4, and we have another one of 4, another one of 4, and this one. So we have 4 pieces of 4, and we're going to roll them also very easy together, the same like we did with the sitting of the bench. So we're going to place them this way, and this one I'm going to do a little table in between, so you can decorate also a little the table. Maybe you can do some it's not an, how do you get, we call it tafelkleed, but you call it, it's really on my tongue to say how it is called in English, but you hear it in a moment from me, because I will get to it, because I know what it is. But you have napkins, you lay them on the table, and of course you have a runner. This is the smaller piece on your table, and the bigger one is called, oh my don't worry, I will get there. I'm going to place it down this way, and I'm going to let it dry in for a couple of minutes. So I gave it a couple of minutes, and of course we are going to place them aside on this way because we're going to clean always up our mat because or else everything will glue together and that's not what we want. We turn them over and you see this is already another one. This doesn't want to glue and it doesn't matter. You just place them this way and you can easily go further again. So we're going to place this one here, here and here, and now we're going to make one piece of one of them. So we're going to do here some glue over here and we're going to make one piece together this way, squeeze it and make sure that you are filling up the open gaps. And now we're going to place this one on the top over here. We place this one above and this one on the other side and over here, and make sure that everything is at the ending and make sure give it a little bit of pressure and you do here the same and then let it dry in. So we placed our table also on the mat for drying. Now we have 3 rows of 6 and we're going to row them together again, the same like we did with the other one of the back side of the bench, because this will be the back side and we're going to make some texture in the back side because or else it is just the same like every other bench and you want to give your own twist on it, especially if you made already more benches than one, and I am always loving them. But I think you already know that. Even though like I like tier trays, I also am so obsessed about tier trays. You can decorate them so nicely. Yesterday I made also another tier tray of a 3-tier tray and I'm so happy how this one also turned out because I love to decorate them. So again, we're going to squeeze it and this way, make sure that you have a straight line, go from within, work to the outside, and this one, and then squeeze it from within and make sure that you have a nice straight line. And of course, if your fingers are a little sticky of the wood glue, it's always better to clean them up and don't do it the way that I do it right now, because or else you get stuck on each and every block. But like I told you, you already know I'm really bad with glue. But you see that on my table and I am even always wiping everything away so you don't see even the real big mess. So, and this one, and I'm going to let it dry in. And every time we do it, every time when you see it is not totally straight, because you need a straight line. You see already we made our 3 of 6, but I'm going to do 1 extra because I have in my head that I want to have a little bit of an high-end look on the also on the top of the bench. So I'm going to go for a border around this. So I'm going to do also an extra block of 6, number 3 and number 4 and number 5, and number 6 is of course the closure up, and I'm going to carefully row them together, and I'll give this one also a couple of minutes because I thought I need a better ending of the back side of the bench. So what we're going to do, we are going to take one of the 6 piece. We're going to get 6 of a couple of loose blocks. We need 1 over here. We need in every from 1 until 2 we need 1, from 2 until 3, from 3 until 4, from 4 until 5, from 5 until 6, and the ending of 6. So we need 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks in totally, and we're going to do very easy, do some glue over here and on the tops, and we place them over here. We do here the same over here and place them in the middle and over here. And you can I do this pattern inside, but you can do, maybe you do want something else, you don't even like this, totally understand. Everyone has his own taste, so do whatever you think is right. And I do this one and place this one at the ending. So give it a little bit of pressure over here and over here and over here and here Oh, he needs a little to go this way and this one, and we're closing it up with this one. You see already we have to work a little bit with it because one is a little bit smaller. So we're going to give it lightly some pressure, not too much. First lightly, then you still can redo your piece, because if you're going to squeeze it real hard, it's very tricky to get it loose again. So very carefully, and just wipe away the glue. You don't need, also do this lightly, not too heavy, because or else your piece is going apart. And even when you can do it easily in each other, always be careful. So, and you see, now we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So we did wait a couple of minutes, and this piece is also now dried in. What we're going to do, I'm going to do 13 beads, and you can do them in any shape you like. Only look for that they are a little bit the same measurement, because it's difficult. I know it's really difficult. I have here, will glue 2 over here, so I'm going to do this. So 13 in totally. I'm going to do this one. I place this one on the corner, but make sure that he is on the inside of the bench, and this one also. And I do the opening of the hole against the frame. I do here the same, some glue on the opening, place it over here, and do it in the middle from 1 until 2, or from 5 until 6. It's just how you count over here, and do here the same. Give it some pressure. With this one, we're going to do a little different. We're going to row this one together. We do some on the side, and we place them together. We do one on the side, place it together. So very carefully, but this is just because this is my shape. Maybe you have a round one and it is a little different. I also have square ones. So, but I like the diamond shape ones. So I have now over here 9 together this way, and I'm going to make sure that they are sticking nicely together. Of course, it's difficult to get them in a straight line because they go all the places. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes, not too long, and then I'm going to make sure that I do some glue. Of course, I'm going to place this one straight up. I'm going to do some glue from here until here, kind of that I have them at least the glue on the place, and I'm going to make sure that I have them in a straight line, and I'm going to place them over here, and I'm wiping away the glue later. Don't worry about it. Now we only need to make sure that this is glued nicely together. Give it a couple of minutes. So I gave it a couple of minutes. I wiped away with my smaller brush a little in between and just away the glue as much as I can. I'm going to carefully place it straight up, and you see here is still coming glue off. I'm going to do now on the tops of the beads, I'm going to do a little dot of glue over here, also a small line over here, and on this one and on this one. And what we're going to do, we're going to place them carefully down, and we place this one against it, also in a straight line, and give it a little bit of pressure. And we're going to give this also a couple of minutes again. Now we have our last piece of 6. We're going to do some glue on the underline, not on the middle, but on the underline over here. And we're going to place it straight up, and we're going to glue it on the top of our back side of the bench. So again, make sure that you have a straight line, and again squeeze it, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying, and then we're going to build already the inside of the bench. So you see already this, we gave it a couple of minutes. We're going to turn it around because we are going to glue this one. This is already the seating area, and you see already here is a little bit, the block is standing up because we already did one piece over here. So we're going to place this one. We're going to do some glue in the middle over here because we're going to glue the back sides. And of course, I should have rated with the last row of 6. I should have rated because then I can could lay it flat on the table, but I didn't. So I'm going to do this frame, this top side on the outside. I can show it to you this way. So because I love the flat inside, but you can do anything you like. So I'm going to place it on top of here. Make sure that I have a straight line, and I'm going to give it some pressure also over here. And I'm going to keep it in place for a couple of minutes, but I don't let you wait for that. So I'm going to, to stop the camera now. So this is how already the middle piece of the bench is turned out. Of course, we are going to now glue the table in the middle. If you don't like this option, it's also fine, and you can also even place it this way to the back side. So you can do anything you like, what you like to decorate with. So I'm going to glue mine also in the middle. So now I already have my table, a middle piece in between. Now I'm going to place this aside and let it dry further on my other mat. So what I'm going to do now, we only need the sides, and the sides are very easy. What we're going to be simply going to build our piece. We're going to start with 3 blocks this way and this way, and we're going to row them together. Very easy. And we do that because we also need another side. So we're going to start with one side, and this will be for the other side. Again, this one and this one. And we're going to row them. And after we have this one, we can easily build it further off. So we're going to let this dry in, so we are sure that both of them are really dried. So we gave both of the pieces of 3 a couple of minutes. We're going to lay one aside because we start with one side. So we're going to get our blocks. We're going to go now for 2. So we're going to do some glue on this side and on this side. And we could place it down, and with this one we only do on the underside. We place them together and we place them in the middle. So very easy. We're going to get now 3 blocks. Again, we do some glue on this side, on this side. Oh, of course, we don't have to do it on the whole side. I already see that I'm going to go wrong already. So I think we're going to do it differently. Have a moment. We're just going to do very simple. On the tops, we do some glue. We're going to give this a little bit of pressure, place it aside, and we do a little glue from this side until this side. And then we're going to place it over here exactly in the middle. So, and we're going to make sure that we have everything in a straight line. And you can measure it out with some blocks. So this way. Now we get 2 blocks again. Of course, we need to wipe away the glue. This one is easier. Do some glue on this side and this side, and we place it over here, and this one only on the underside. And again, squeeze them together. Make sure that you have a straight line. And now we do the parts of 3 again. We're going to do the tops. And I only do this side together with you, so don't worry. I'm going to do this one. Squeeze it. And we're going to place it aside very carefully. And we just do a little line of glue. And we're going to place this also in the middle. And again, make sure that you have it in a straight line with your blocks. And again, squeeze it. We're going to go for 2 blocks again. We go for this line, place it over here, and we do for this line. We're just going to make sure that we have it in the middle. Of course, we have to work with it. We have now our 3 again. We are almost there. And this one, because it's a little bit of a bigger bench. It is not really a small bench, so we need also the sides a little bit higher, or else it doesn't look really nice. And we're going to place this one in the middle. We're going to get a block. Make sure that we have it straight over here. And we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows. We go now for number 8, and number 9 will be the last. So again, we place this over here, this one only on the underside, and again, make sure that you have it in a straight line. And now the last pieces of 3, and this will be some glue over here, and we're going to squeeze it, and we're going to place it carefully on the sides. We do some glue from this side until this side, and we're going to place it over here. Make sure that we have a block over here, that everything is fitting nicely. And now we're going to give it some pressure, and of course we're going to wipe away the glue. And you see already it goes a little apart, but it doesn't matter, just stick it together. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes, because we need an arm rest, if I'm correctly. So we already have one of our sides, and now I'm going to make the second one. Of course, I do this one faster. So you see already the 2 sides, and it's so easy to make. It is only 3, 2, 3, 2 until you have 9 high. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to place also a couple of beads of the same beads I used in the back side of the bench. I'm going to do with the openings. I'm going to place them in between. So the opening is here and here, so you don't see it. So I'm just going to do some glue on the side of the bead. I'm going to place it in. I'm going to do here the same on one side, place it in, and try to give it at least in the middle of the 2. And I'm going to do this one. And for each side you have 4 beads. And on this side, and the rest I'm going to do a little faster, because or else you get very bored. So again, I'm going to squeeze it, and like I told you, I'm going to try to get it in the, at least in the middle of the piece, because your beads are always a little bit smaller. So I'm going to do this side, and this side. So you see already I placed my bench over here, and I did some glue on this side. So over here I'm going to do some glue. I do a little bit extra to show it to you, because my camera didn't work. Oh, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to place it this way. I'm going to get you a little bit closer this way, and I'm going to get one of my pieces over here, and I'm going to glue it on row number 3. So I have to show it to you this way. This will be 1, 2, 3, and here we were going to glue. So the rest will be feet. So we're going to place it over here on this one, and we're going to keep it in place for a little moment. So you see already a little bit behind the scenes, and I have here a weight on top of here to make sure that it stays in place. I did not block number 3, but I show it to you in a moment. Don't worry, this has to dry first, but I didn't do row number 3 for the bottom of the seat on top of the side. I did row number 4, the one with the beads, but you see that in a moment, because it has to dry right now, but I gave it a little weight on top of the corner, so it makes sure that it glues a little better. And then I'm going to turn it over, place this one on the side with some blocks under it, because or else our beads are going to pop through. So I'm going to, but you see that in a moment. Don't worry, first we're going to let this dry, and then we're going to do the other side. You see already I placed 4 blocks. These are just simple loose blocks, and I'm going to place them next to each other, so until one piece. And now I'm going to turn over my bench, and I'm going to lay this side of the bench over here. So I do it with the loose piece, so I'm going to turn it over, because this is sticking out and not 100% dry. We don't want that they're popping out, so I'm going to turn the bench over, and I'm going to lay this in between. And now we have a real study surface, so very easy. Just lay this over here, and this will be the bench, and then I only need to glue this one on the other side on top. So I'm going to turn it over. So see, I turned them over, and now I did some glue also on this side, but only until the first piece of the inside. So, and I'm going to glue now, not on the first, the second, the third, but on the fourth. I'm going to do this side of the bench. So I'm going to hope I can show it to you, that it looks so much difficult than it really is, but you have just take your time for it, and make sure that you have it even. So I'm going to give this also some pressure on top to be sure that everything stays in place. So you see, this is how the bench is turned out, and I'm really happy with the result. Of course, I hope I can show it to you on this side. You see, I did it on the row number 4. I did the, you see, I will show it on the underside, and on this side, you see, this is how I did this space, and I left over not a really, I can, the beads, the size of the bead I left over for the back side, and for the front side is only a little piece. So you can give it even some arm wrist if you're going to go for 3 blocks this way, and we're going to glue this one on top of you. Then you have an arm wrist. I'm going to do that because I think he looks then a little bit more high end. So I'm going to glue 2 times 3 blocks. So first I'm going to do this one, and this one, and then I think it looks a little bit more finished off. So we're going to do the top. So we only have a couple of things to do because he is already finished. We're only going to decorate it a little bit at the taste everyone has, because you don't have to do this same like I do. So I do this one and this one, and we're going to glue them together and this way, and make sure that everything is in a nice straight line. Of course, we're going to wipe away also here the glue, and we let this dry in for a couple of minutes. Of course, we also have the big piece we made earlier. If everything is correctly and you did this DIY together with me, then you also are wondering where I'm going to use this for. Is she forgotten? Yes, I did forget it. I really am honest, because I am always honest. My idea was to place it in between, in the middle, on the underside. This was my idea. But of course, you see already, it doesn't fit, because he is a little too small. But that's always what you get with blocks which are not the same size. So if you want to do it, you still can glue it on top of here and do a little bit of glue on top, and then make sure that you put some weight on top, and then you can glue it in the inside. What I'm going to do it for, because I think my front is very how do you call it, spare? No, you call it different. At least it's not giving not a high-end look. So I'm going to do is very easy. I'm going to place this one over here, and I'm going to do it a little bit backwards, not totally to the front, but a little bit on the back, a little bit to the back side. But you see that also in a moment. So don't wonder where that piece is coming from, because it was coming from something. But I totally did forget it, and now of course I am really happy with that I didn't, because now I can give the front side a better look. This is already one side of the bench, and I'm going to do some glue, very easy, in the middle over here, and I'm going to place one of them over here, and make sure that you have a nice straight line, and give it some pressure. And I have to do it a little bit to the back side, and I'm going to let it dry in. And this is how he's looking like on the front side, and I think he looks much better. We're going to do here the same again, do some little small line over here, and we're going to place this one also the same way we did with the other one. Just give it some pressure from the top lightly, feel with the front, so you have it in a straight line. And we're going to let this dry also. Now I did lay down my bench, and what I told you I'm going to do, place this one, but you can place it of course totally in a straight line over here, but I'm going to choose for a little bit on the back, because I like that a little better. So I'm going to do a little glue on the side, not too much, only a little on the top side. And I'm going to do, because I have to do it this way, I'm gluing this side, you see, and a little point on this one. And now I'm going to go carefully this way, and I'm going to turn it and I'm going to place it over here and make sure that I have it a little bit to the back side. I show it to you in a moment how he's really looking like, so don't worry. So I'm going to keep it in place for a little moment, or else it does fall down, and that's not what we want. No, my glue is not fitting under here. Maybe my Mod Podge also, he's not fitting, fitting under here. So I really have to hold it in my hand. But you don't have to wait for that. This is the last I'm going to do with mine. Of course, I'm going to paint it. And here you see how our bench finally turned out. And I'm so happy with the result, because I think he looks very high-end, and you can use it. This size is so great to place in your home. You can place it on maybe how you call it, a fireplace. You can in the middle. You can do it on a dresser. You can place it in your kitchen with some bakery things inside. You can place a little figurine with with someone is cooking or something else. You can decorate it any way you like. I'm going to paint mine, and I think I'm going to paint mine in the creamy color, but of course you can change it up any way you like. So you see already I'm almost done with my painting, and of course you see already how much does your bench change only with some coloring. And for everyone who is new here, of course, if you want to give it some waxing or staining, just make sure that you always give it a light sanding, because the wood glue is always giving some stain. So be careful with that. Always give it a light sanding, and then do your wax or maybe your paint on top of here. I'm using chalk paint, and then you don't see it anymore. So I finish this off, and you see in a moment a quick impression. For this DIY, we need of course our tumbling towel blocks, and I use the smaller blocks. Of course, I have here my little container with everything I need for most of my DIYs. I always keep everything just very easy in just a little carrying basket, so it is very easy just to place it with every DIY I have. If you don't have a big craft room like I have, I don't have a big craft room, not yet. I hope in my new house I will, but for now I don't have it. So I'm going to use this one, and of course some paint at your choice. And we have here my old saucer with an old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. What we're going to make today, we are going to make a bench, but we're going to make a bench with a twist. So we will see how this will turn out. So we're going to start with the sides of our cupboards. I think you call them shelf cupboards. I think you call them that way. So we are going to make 7 blocks, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And what we're going to do, we're going to glue the tops. So some glue on the top over here, and we do here the same, and we place them against each other already, so though the glue is not running out. And again here also, and here, and the number 6, and that's the last, because number 7 is always the closure up again. We're going to squeeze it, and we're going to redo it. Make sure that we have a straight line. And for everyone who uses a metal hook, it's fine. That's really great. I am not really used to using it. I have one, but I am not using it. So I'm just a stubborn old lady. So I'm going to make 4 of the pieces of 7. So we already have 4, 5, 6, and 7. Oh, you see already, like this. And we do here the same. Don't worry, we don't do all together. So for everyone who takes this already a little bit too long, don't worry. The rest I will do a little bit faster. But for everyone who loves to see, I do it twice so everyone can see how it is made. Again, number 6 and number 7 is the closure up again. Squeeze it, and again redo it in a straight line, so you can also see how easy it is. If you don't have a metal hook, it's so easy to make this way also. So I'm going to go wipe away the glue, because we don't want so much glue on our mat, and like this, and we have to go over it. And now we go number 3 and 4. I'm going to do a little bit faster because we need 4 pieces of 7. So you see already we have our 4 pieces of 7, because we need on both sides of our bench, we need some shelves. So now we're going to make 2 blocks together. So very easy. Just do a little glue on the tops again and place this against each other like this. You do it over here on the tops and you place the other one against each other. You do here the same. And again, immediately glue it together. And we're going to do it over here. And in totally, we are going to make 10 pieces of 2. So very easy. I have already 4. I do the rest a little bit faster. And here you see already our 10 pieces of 2. So we almost have one of the cupboards together. Now we need, of course, we place the 10 beside like this. These are also 4 pieces of 7, and we have 10 pieces of 2 over here. Now we're going to make the shelves, and we're going to make them double up. And I think I'm going to go for, 5 or 6. I think I'm going for 6 blocks. It is always nice that you can decorate it a little bit. So if you have the shelves too small, then you can really decorate it. Then it's really too small for things to place in. So we are going to make 2 rows of 6, and we glue on the side some glue. So very easy. This is 1. This is number 2, and we're going to place it immediately against each other again, so the glue doesn't run out. And number 5 and number 6 is the close you up, squeeze it together in a straight line, and we're going to make number 2. This is number 1, 2 and 3, and number 4 and number 5 is the last, because number 6 is the close you up. And again, squeeze it, press it together in one straight line. Get your old piece of kitchen towel and wipe away the glue you don't need, like this. And then again, redo it, feel with your fingers. Then you can always make a straight line. When you go around like on the sides, then you feel which blocks are sticking out and which are needing a little bit of push from yourself. So let this dry in for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to glue them together. So we gave it a couple of minutes, and we're going to do some glue on the side like this, and we're going to place them together this way until one shelf. And this way we're going to squeeze it and make sure that everything sticks nicely together, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes. Of course, this is drying, and in the meantime we are going to make the other shelves, because this is only 1 shelf and we need 5 shelves. So again, we are going to get 6 blocks like this over here, and we do 6 blocks over here. And I only do this one still together with you, and the other ones we do a little faster. So number 2, again, place them together. And I do it as fast as I can, so it doesn't take too much of your time. Again, like this, squeeze it. We do here the same. Number 1 and number 2 and number 3. Place it together. And the last number 5. And again, squeeze it. And make sure again that you have a straight line, because then your work looks much better. Take your time for it. Don't rush yourself, because you don't need to rush. I make already the mistakes for you, because I never know how my DIY most of the time turns out. So I make the mistakes, and you can easily just do it very quietly, and so you don't have to make the mistakes I make. So like this, and we're going to give it a little moment to rest, and then we're going to glue it together. So we place it on the side again. We do some glue over here, And we're going to place it down, and be careful because it's still not totally dry. Wood glue, most of the wood glue dries a little bit later, of course. The first touches is fine, but if you want to have it real dry, then you always use your DIY overnight, because then it's most of the time a little better dried. So this is number 2, and I'm going to make number 3, 4 and 5 a little bit faster. And you see already, now we also have our 5 shelves we need for the first side of our shelf cupboard, if I'm correctly. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give it a couple of minutes to rest in, and then we're going to make our first little cabinet. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to take one of the shelves and 2 of the pieces of 2. What we're going to do, we're going to glue them on top of here. So we do some glue on the underside, and we're going to place them on top. We do with this one the same, do some glue and place them on the ending of your shelf like this. Squeeze it, and like I said, make sure that you have a straight line, and over here a straight line. Feel with your fingers, and then give it some pressure. And you see already, because it's not totally stick, it goes all the way, but we are the boss of our DIY, so we're just going to don't give up. So again, squeeze it, and we're going to place it aside. We wipe away the glue, and you see already this is what you get. You see this way, and we are going to do this with all 5 of them. So I need to go a little bit more to the outside, but not too much. Like this, I have to feel with my fingers also over here. I have to feel that we are still in one straight line. This is one we're going to get for number 2. Again, do some glue over it. We're going to place it over here. We do some glue, and again, place it on top. Squeeze it. And this way, and of course, I squeeze this one, and make sure of my, like this. And now I already have 2. I'm going to do the other 3 a little bit faster. So you see, we have here our 5 pieces of our shelves. What we're going to do, I'm going to lay down our 2 sides. So the 2 of the 7 we are going to lay over here. What we're going to do, we're going to do some glue on this side and on this side, and we're going to place them on top of here. One on this side and one on the other side, and then later we're going to do the 3 inside the parts where we want to have them. But first we're going to do some glue on this side and on this side. So I show it to you a little bit better like this. So here I do the glue, and I'm going to place the first one over here. I'm going to place this one on top of here and this one on top of here. So first give it a little bit of pressure on top. We're going to give here a little bit of pressure, and again I'm going to squeeze a little to make sure that we have a nice line. Of course, also over here, take your time for it, don't rush it, just feel with your fingers, because wood glue you still can redo it like this over here, and give it a little bit of pressure again, and again feel with your fingers if there's nothing sticking out like this. Now we're going to get the other one, and we're going to do again some glue only on the ending over here and over here, again like this, and we're going to place this one over here at the ending also. We take a little moment, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure like this, and of course on this side the same. Give it a little pressure again, and feel with your fingers that you still have it in a straight line and also over here. And I know it takes a little bit of your time to look at this, but for everyone who likes to see how it is made, I really try to show it to you that you don't make the mistakes like this. And we're going to give it, both of them, a little bit of pressure, but we're going to give it a little bit of rest before we're going to do the other 3. Let this dry in a little moment. So I let this to dry. You see already, now I can place it around. I have 3 shelves, but I was thinking, I don't know if I'm going to use all 3 of them. You can change them up any way you like, because you can place them over here, make them smaller. You can make it only 2, that you do only 1 in the middle, and then you have more decoration space. I'm going to go, I think, for 2. I do a smaller one here. I do a smaller one over here. And I have a bigger one in the middle to decorate. I think I'm going to go for this one. So I'm going to use this piece already for the second cupboard, if I'm correctly, for the other side. So I think I'm going for this. Small one here, and a bigger one over here. So I'm going to do some glue over here and over here. And I'm going to place it over here, and I'm going to leave 3 whole blocks open like this. So if you want to make the same, then you have to glue it on the line, and then you have 3 blocks totally open. I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure again, and I'm going to make sure that I have it in a straight line. I'm going to do here the same, a little glue over here, and I'm going to do it on this line at the ending of the second block, and then you have 1, 2, 3 open. Again, I'm going to place them over here, and I have to look that I have it in the straight line in this way. I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure this way, and then I'm going to give it a couple of minutes rest, and of course I'm going to wipe away the glue, don't worry. And again, I'm going to do here the same, give it a little bit of pressure, feel with my finger if I have it in the line I want to have it, and this way. I'm going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So I let both of them a little dry in. What I'm going to do now some glue also on this side, over here, and over here. And on this side the same, on the ending of the 2 double block. And I'm going to get the last pieces of 7. Of course, I'm going to look for which one is the flattest. I'm going to place this one on top over here, and we're going to feel with our fingers that we have it in a straight line, and we do here the same. And we're going to place this one on top, also over here, and give it a little bit of pressure, and this way. Over here, and I'm going to give this at least a couple of hours drying, and I'm going to make the second cupboard, but of course I don't bore you with that. I will make it on my own, so you will see the second one of course later. And here you see how our 2 little shelf cupboards are turned out. Of course it's a little bit difficult for you to see, but you see it's so easy to make. We already have the 2 frames for the outside. And of course, like I told you earlier, do the shelves wherever you want them to have, because this is my taste, but maybe you have a much different taste and you like one in the middle. Do whatever you think it's right. What we're going to do, we're now going to make the bench in between. So what we're going to do right now, you see that in a moment for the bench. So for the middle part, we are going to get 6 blocks like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like this, and we are going to glue them together on the sides. So 1, number 2, 3, 4, and 5, and number 6 is the closure. Number 6 is the closure up again. I'm sorry, don't mind me. Dutch and English is something different. So 6 is 6 blocks we need for one. We need again 6 blocks, and this is 3, we are going to, you see already, I have already one too much. This is 1, 2, 3, 5, and number 6. And again, squeeze it, press it together. And the last of 3, because we need 3 rows of 6. And again, number 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. Squeeze them, press it together, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need over here and make a straight line again. And we're going to give this a couple of minutes drying in. So I have already my 3 parts of 6 again, and we do the same like we did with the cupboard. And I'm going to do some glue on the sides, and we're going to row all 3 of them together, squeeze it, and make sure that you have as less openings in between as you can have, because if you do it within a couple of minutes, then you still can redo your wood glue, and you just give it a little bit of pressure and you can very easily get everything together. And if you don't like, and you still have open gaps, if you don't like it, use some speckle, if I'm correctly, or maybe some wood filler, and then you can fill it up. I don't mind, like I always say, but not everyone likes it. I'm going to make 3 of these pieces, because we need 3 for the underside of the bench, but I'm going to do it a little bit faster. So we have our 3 pieces of a plank of wood of 3 times 6 blocks like this, and we have them 3 times. What we're going to do, we are going to get 3 blocks like this, and we're going to do the tops this way, and we're going to go over here 3 and here 3 this way. We're going to glue them on the top side, so not on the side but on the top side, and we're going to place them together. And we do here the same, and with this one, and like this, and over here, and over here, and the last, and again squeeze them together in one straight line, number 3 and number 4. And I'm going to wipe away the glue. Of course, I don't know what's wrong with my towel, but he is curling the whole DIY already. So we're going to wipe away the glue. Oh, you see already, that's wood glue. You still can easily attach it to each other again, and it will. And you see this one is also not happy that he needs to glue. So we're going to place this over here. We wipe away our mat again, and we're doing this the same over here. And now we're going to make again 1 of 3, but we will use this as a loose piece later. So this one is also with 3 blocks, and again squeeze it and press it together again like this. And we're going to let this dry for a couple of minutes. So you see what we're going to do, we place the loose one on the side, and we're going to take this too. We're going to place this one over here on the side. We could do some glue, place it down again, and we're going to glue both of them together. We do here the same. We can place them on the side. We do some glue, because this will be the back of the bench. And again, squeeze it. And make sure, feel with your fingers that you have a straight line. It's very important, because it has to fit in between our 2 cupboards or shelves, how you call it, like this. I'm going to place it over here, and I'm going to let this dry. So if everything is correctly, you have 2 pieces of this one, like 6 pieces, there's 2 pieces of 3. You have 2 of them, and you have 1 of them with 3. This is the back side of the bench. We lay it over here, and we have our 3 pieces we made earlier. What we're going to do, we're going to get one of our shelves, cabinets, how you call it. We place them over here, and what we're going to do, we are going to place one of the planks over here, and we're going to glue this to the side over here. Just so very easy, just do some glue, and we're going to do this way, and we're going to place it against here in one straight line, and this way. And we're going to let this dry in for at least a couple of minutes, because it has to be very dry. So I gave it a half hour. I don't know if it really is stuck to it, but or else you have to wait a little bit longer to place it straight up. So we are going to place it up like this, and I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure again like this. And now I'm going to get another plank like this, but I'm going to glue it. Oh, you see already, you see, this is also DIYing. Sometimes things are going wrong. You see, he should have been stayed on this side, but he didn't. So I'm going to do some glue over here, and I'm going to place this one on the front side, but not totally on the flat against the front side. I showed it to you in a moment, don't worry. But first I'm going to glue it. So I'm going to do some glue on the side, but I don't do it flat, so the front side won't be the flat look. So, but I show it to you in a moment. When everything is really dried up, I can easily show it to you. So I'm going to give this also a half hour. So I gave both of them a half hour, and now I hope that it still stays in place. Of course, if you have a better way to glue this, just go ahead. Maybe I make myself very difficult at the moment. I don't know, but we will see. And I'm going to place this one on top, but he will be exactly in a straight line with the sides of my cabinet, of course. Like this, I'm just going to very easy let it fall down. And feel with your fingers, so he has straight line with this side and this side. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure, like this. And we're going to let this dry in further. So you see, he is glued together. And you see here, I have this piece, the front, I have a piece of over the front side of the bench, because I like the little decorative side on this, but of course you don't have to do it. What I'm going to try to place it down again on his back, but I don't know if it works. But for you, wait at least a couple of hours before you're going to do that, because you have to be sure that this part is really dried in before you're going to do it, the back side of your bench. So be careful. I'm going to try it. I don't know if I will be sorry. We will see. But of course, this is a DIY, and I have to show you also the parts which are in the steps at least. So I'm going to try to get it down this way. And I'm going to get now my two pieces, the two pieces with the double up and the one with the ankle. And I'm going to do very easy. I'm going to do on the top some glue over here. And I'm going to place it a little side so I can see also where I want to have it. I'm going to do this one over here. I'm going to do the smaller one a little higher, not too much. A little higher. I just leave a little piece open, not that much. And I'm going to do this one over here. And I'm going to place this one also a little higher. And I just leave the same piece open like I did with the one on the other side. So again, like this, squeeze it and squeeze and squeeze. And we're going to let this dry. So in the meantime, while this is drying, I was thinking maybe I like on the top over, you can't even see over here, I'm like a little also a little plank, but with the two pieces of 3, and I can do maybe some push pins inside, and then I can hang a little wreath of something on side or on top. So I'm going to make again 3 blocks, and this way, and again glue them together in a straight line. This is already in number 1, and we're going to do another one of 3. This is 1, and number 2. And the last, we're closing it up with number 3, and we're going to let this dry also. And then we can use it for more purpose. I really like that, but of course you don't have to do it. That's something I come up with right now, but maybe you don't even like it. But I am going to let this dry. So I gave it a couple of minutes, lay it on the side again, just like we did with the other ones. Do some glue, place it against each other, and we make again one whole piece out of it. And this way squeeze everything together and wipe away the glue. And we're going to give this also a couple of minutes, and then we're going to glue this also on the top. So you see I place my little shells down, and you see already the top over here. I'm going to get my piece. I'm going to do the top with some glue, and this I'm going to glue also the same like we did lower. We're going to glue this especially totally on the top over here. Give it a little bit of pressure, and we're going to push and just let it dry in also for a couple of hours before we do the second shelves against here. So you see I place my little cabinet of thing on the side, and now you see already this is the top, and here we're going to place our second cabinet on top of here. But first I'm going to do some glue on all the lines. So very easy, just go around. Over here, we're going to go over here. We're going to do some over here. In over here, and it doesn't matter if it's a little bit too much, you just very easy wipe it away later. Now we're going to get our second cabinet, and we are going to place it on top. Of course I have to look for where I want to have it over here, and make sure that you have a straight line over here. I feel with my fingers because everything needs to be straight like this. And I'm going to make sure that this one is also fitting inside. And I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure from the top. And I'm going to press. And I know you don't see it, my hands are over here. I'm going to give a little bit of pressure, and I'm going to let this dry at least for a lot of hours. I think maybe an hour of 3-4 before you're going to do anything. Then you can place it straight up. So you see already I turned over my, I don't know, bench, cupboard, bench, shelves. I don't know how you call this one, but at least he is so far finished. What we're going to do, we're going to take 2 loose blocks, and we are going to lay them inside of here. So that means I'm going to do some glue on the side, on this side. And I'm going to have to look for, and on the underside over here, a little line. And I'm going to place it in over here, exactly in the middle, to give it also a little bit of steadiness in between, like this. I hope I can show it to you. Maybe if I place it this way, you see, now I did it over here, like this. And I'm going to do on the other side the same. Again, I'm doing some glue on the side. And of course on the underside I have to look for, over here. I have to think because it's in another direction. Of course, place it over here. I hope you can see it. I'm placing it over here in the middle again, and I'm going to squeeze it and press it. It gives a little bit more sturdiness to the piece if you do something bigger on top of here. Of course, you see already the glue is coming out. You just take a small brush, and you're just going to go around over here, and you just wipe it away. Very easy. And like this. And I'm going to do all the glue away, and then we're going to paint it. So you see already I placed the camera a little bit higher so you can see the little bench with the shelves a little bit better, the tops. And you see, here is what I mean with the top. You can do some hooks on here, or maybe some push pins, and then you can hang your wreath on top of here, or maybe something else. And of course, you can decorate all the shelves at your own choice. Of course, what I'm going to do, I'm going to paint it, and I'm going to get my creamy color because I like a little bit more of the cream color, but you can maybe spray paint it in the gold or in the silver. Just do whatever you think is right, but I'm going to take this color. I start always first with turning my piece upside down. So I always paint first the undersides, and then I'm going to turn around and do the right side. So, but it's very easy, and you see already, if you look it over here, it's just a nice simple cream color, and I am loving this color. But maybe that's not everyone's cup of tea, so do whatever you think is right, and I do this a little bit faster. And you see, I turned you with my camera around so you can see the whole piece in one, because for the camera, when he's standing up, it is very hard to see how everything is turned out. And you see already on my table, the decoration I will use. I'm going to go for a little bit like the old look. Of course, you can decorate it any way you like. Most of my items here are thrifted, so I always love thrift shopping. So I always love a little bit of the old things and turn them over into new things. But this is how our little cupboard bench turned out. That's what I'm going to call it. So I'm going to decorate it, and you see in a moment a quick impression. And you see already, this is a strange angle. I almost did forget to tell you, because before I'm going to show you the quick impression, I have always a plant from IKEA. It doesn't matter which one. I'm going to tear them apart. I hope that it does work also in my DIY. And you see, I try to get it off, all of them like this. And now you see already we have a big bundle of greenery, and we can lay little pieces in our decoration, and you will see that your decor is coming more to life. So I hope you give this also a try, and it doesn't cost a lot less than when you use loose greenery. So I always love to buy a plant of a garland just to decorate it. So I hope you give this one also a try, but now we're going to do the quick impression. We need, of course, our tumbling towel block, some paint at your choice. I have here my little container always with my scissors, some brushes, some markers, some cutting tool, and of course some wire. And I'm going to use my wood glue. Of course, you can use some hot glue, but for me the hot glue is a little bit, because I'm always scared that my DIY or my project is falling apart. I don't want it. That's why I use the wood glue, but of course the wood glue needs a little bit more drying. So, but I'm going to use this, and these are a little bit the main pieces we need. Oh, almost forgot. I have here my saucer with my old piece of kitchen towel, which is wet, to wipe away the glue. Now we really have everything. I made already a couple of benches from tumbling towel blocks, but of course I never made a corner bench. So we are going to see how this corner bench will turn out. So the first thing what we're going to do, we're going to make this area where you sit on. Here in the net you call it a zitting. So it's very easy, zitting. And we are going to glue 9 blocks together. This is 3, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So very easy, just do some glue on the side. This is 1, number 2, and place them together. Number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8, and number 9 will be the closure up. And again, squeeze it together real hard and make a nice straight line, as straight as you can, because the blocks are not always the same size, but we're going to do our best. We're going to squeeze it, and we're going to let this dry in. In the meantime, while this is drying, we're going to get 3 blocks, and we're going to do 3 blocks together. Very easy. This is 1, number 2, and glue them together this way, and we're going to get 3 blocks again, And we do the same again, 3 and 3 over here, and again roll them together until one piece, squeeze it and make a nice straight line. And we're going to let this dry in also. Of course, I'm going to wipe away the glue we don't need, because or else your DIY project will be totally ruined with all the glue on top. So we're going to let this dry in only for a couple of minutes. So we waited a couple of minutes. We're going to do some glue on this side, and we're going to do a little bit of glue on this side. Be careful, because the wood is still not dried in, at least the glue is still not dried in. And we're going to place it over here and glue all the parts very carefully together, and we make a nice straight line. And we're going to let this rest now a little bit longer, I think a half hour. So in the meantime, I'm going to glue 3 blocks together this way, but on the tops. So very easy, just a little bit of glue over here and a little bit of glue over here. And we're going to glue all 3 of them in one straight line, and we're going to get another 3. And very easy again, we're going to do 3 together. This is 1 and this is number 2, and we're going to squeeze it and press it down and this way, and make sure that you have them in a straight line this way. And we're going to get 2 blocks and also glue together. That's not right, I think we need 1 block glue together, but you see it in a moment. I have to think for first. We have this 2, and we are going to let this dry in. Yes, I figured it out. We only need 2 of 1 this way, and then we can go further, because we're going to make the back side of our bench. And before we go further, I almost forgot, for the smaller blocks you can use the same measure of the same numbers, because only the bench will be a little bit smaller. I figured it out. I was building it also in the smaller size, but then you go really big, and that's nothing. I don't think that is what you like. So it will be a little bit smaller, but it's also rated to use for in your tray. So for everyone who likes then also a little bit of the smaller bench, I would go for the smaller blocks. But I have the bigger blocks, and I like always to make a big accent in my decor. So what I'm going to do also with the smaller blocks, you do this, and with the smaller blocks you do 3 blocks and of course 2 ankle. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get now loose blocks, and I'm going to glue 1 over here on this one, and I'm going to do another one, and I'm going to do also gluing it against the first block. So you do in the first block, you do 2 blocks together, 1 on the end on this side and on this side. Then you get another block, and what you do with that, you place it in the second block, but in the middle over here. Then you get again a loose block, and you're going to do it on the third block, but again at the end. And you're going to do again another block, and you do the same as the opposite direction. You do it over here, and again squeeze it and make sure that it dries. And we're going to go for this one the same like we did with this one. So very easy on the tops. We're going to place it at the end. We're going to do this one at the end of the first block, and again glue it over here. We're going to do this one in the middle, and we're going to go on the last block for 2, and very easy, we place this one over here, and we're going to do for the last one. And what we're going to do with the ankle blocks is also very easy. We're going to take the ankle one, we're going to do some glue on the tops, and we're going to place this one against here, and this one against this one on the other side, the opposite direction, and this way. And we're going to do for this one the same. Then we have all the parts, and it can dry at least for a half hour, because later we have to work with it, and we don't want that it is falling apart. And the last block, and we're going to let it rest for at least a half hour. So we did let it rest for almost a half hour. What I'm going to do, glue them around our frame of our sitting area. So we are going to do very easy. We're going to do some glue here, 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 and here, and we're going to place it on the back side. So, and like I said, this is just an experiment. I really have no idea how this will turn out. So bear with me, because I just try. I really have no idea. No idea. And I'm going to place it on the back side, because I always want to do a little bit different than normally. And we're going to squeeze it and place it together this way. And we're going to get one with only 2 pieces. We're going to do also a little glue over here and a little over here. And we're going to place it over here against the one which is standing alone. And we're going to squeeze it. Make sure that you have a straight line on the front side, because you don't want the front side to be crooked. And give it, and of course you see here an opening, but of course we have our dowels, and we are going to place a dowel inside of here. But we're going to press this against each other this way. And I'm going to go further with this one. We are going to do some glue again on the ending, over here, over here, over here, and over here. And I'm going to get it this way. Make sure that we have a straight line again. I have to look for it and just give it a little bit of pressure against the sitting area. And of course we are going to work the corners away. Don't worry about it. We will work it away, and we're going to do the loose piece. And very easy, do a little bit of glue over here. And we're going to make sure that, of course, the front is very neatly to this, in the straight line. I won't say neatly together, but so this way. And I'm going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes at least. I think maybe a half hour. So if you are looking inside the bench, of course some glue is coming out. So take a small brush like this, get your wet towel, make it wet, and just go around the lines and remove carefully the glue you don't need, because or else you get all those white dots on your bench, and you don't want that. So, and you have to wipe it away at least within a couple of minutes, because or else it is very hard to get away. So, and very easy, just go over it, remove it. And you see here also is a little too much glue, and this side. And now we can really let it rest for a half hour. So I give it a moment to rest. I took a piece of my dowel, and you see already it's not really a thick one. I think he is maybe 1 centimeter. I think maybe it's written on here. I have to look for it. If I am correctly, it is 12 millimeters. So it's a little bit more like a centimeter. And I'm going to did 3 of the same sizes, and I did measured out the side from top to bottom, and this was 9.5. So I'm going to do one on this side over here. Just very easy, do some glue on the sides. So very on both of the sides this way. And make sure that you also do a little line over here. So he glues on both ways. And then we're going to stick it inside and just let it dry in also. This is already once. It's so easy to do. And it makes your corners look really nice. Of course, I have to do it this way. I'm going to do one line over here. And I'm going to do one line over here. And I'm going to place it exactly in between, and make sure that your blocks is still against each other this way, and squeeze it and give it a little bit of pressure. Of course, we are going to do with this one the same. I think this one is nicer. I'm going to do one line over here, down over here and one line over here. And I'm going to place it inside. Very easy. Just look where you want to have it. And again, give a little bit of pressure and let it dry. Also with this, if it dries in a couple of minutes, get your brush and go ahead and go around here and remove the glue. Again, you don't need. So then your work looks much nicer if you're going to paint it later. And here you see the frame dried up from our corner bench. What we're going to do is, of course, we're going to make the underside, and I'm going to try to do it a little bit different. We're going to place this aside. We are going to go and make 6 doubles. It's very easy. Of course, I have to open up my glue or else it doesn't glue. So I'm going to do some glue in the middle, and I'm going to place one of this, place them together, squeeze it and press it this way. Of course, we have to make sure that we have a straight line, and we're going to do for another, and we are going to do this 6 times, and again some glue in the middle and pop up another one and in the middle, and again this is number 4, and this will be number 5 and number 6, and again we're going to place them on the side, squeeze it and make a nice straight line. We're going to do with this one the same, press them together, and of course also over here give a little bit of pressure, and on this one the same. And then we're going to let this 6 dry up a couple of minutes. So we have this 6 drying. We're going to get 2 blocks this way, and we're just doing a little glue on the tops and squeeze them together this way. This is one, and we're going to make a second one, and again on the tops get another block and squeeze them together this way. And now we're going to do 2 of 3. Very easy. Also on the tops a little glue, and also over here, and we're going to squeeze them together this way. And now you have a nice piece of 3, and we're going to do the last, and again on this side, and again squeeze them together this way. And we're also going to let this dry in also for a couple of minutes. And you see here our pieces of 2, our pieces of 3, and of course our 6 pieces of 2 double. Very easy. And of course we're going to get our bench, we're going to turn it over like this, and we're going to place it on this side in front of us. What we're going to do is just an experiment. I really have no idea how it will work out, but that's with every DIY with me, so don't worry about it. What we're going to do, I'm going to do on the part of 2, I'm going to do some glue on the underside, and I glue everything together because then you can still readjust it. And I'm going to place it on the edge of this line. I'm going to get a loose block, and I'm going to do some glue over here and a little on this side and this side. So you have here and on the underside. I'm going to place it over here on the ending of this one. Of course, you have to work a little bit with it. And now we're going to get 1 of 3, and they are still not totally dry, so don't worry if it does fall apart. Don't be scared, because a lot of DIYs of me fall apart when I'm gluing, so don't worry, everything will be okay. And this way, and I'm going to just lay it down first, and I'm going to go again for a loose block of the block of the 2, this one. I'm going to do some glue on over here, and I'm going to place it over here, but not against each other, but in front, and that they're only connecting this way, because later we do a leg over here. So we are going to just carefully go around it, and this way. I show it to you in a moment a little bit better. And now we're going to get a loose block, And the loose block we do the same like we did with the other one on the underside, and a little on this front and a little on this front. So again, 2, and on the underside we're going to place it over here. The same like we did with the other one. And I have to be sure that they are connecting. And this, and now we're going to get the part of 3. I'm going to look for which one is fitting the best. Maybe this side or this side. I think for this side, so I'm going to do the underside over here and a little glue. We're going to place it again on top over here and make sure that they are connecting together, because that's what we want. And again, squeeze it a little bit this way and keep it in place. And we're going to let this dry a couple of minutes. So we did let it dry in for a couple of minutes. Now we're going to take a double block and I'm going to do some glue on the underside. And I'm going to, I think a little on, I have to look for on this side, on this block and on this side. And I hope I have the right sides. And I'm going to place it as a corner piece over here. And again, make sure that you get it a little bit fitting. You have to squeeze sometimes a little to get it inside. And this way. And I'm going to let this dry in also a couple of minutes again. So I showed you a little bit closer. You see, this is the corner of the back side. And now we're going to place the rest in. And we have our piece and we're going to do some glue on this side. And I have to look for, I'm going to do it on this and on this. And then I have it fitting inside. Just squeeze it together. And we're going to do with this one the same again on the underside. And we're going to place, I have to look for on this side. You just have to look for which one you are connecting with the bench. Of course, this one. I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure and straighten it out. And this way. And we're going to do the other side. Also, we're going to do some over here. And I have to look for, I have this place and this side. And I'm going to place it in over here. And I'm going to do the almost the last. I'm going to look for this on the underside. And I'm going to do for this side and the back side. And we're going to squeeze this one in this corner again. And now the last piece will be the connecting piece over here. So we are going to do some glue. I have to look for which one is the best underside. This one. Because the blocks, like you know, are not always the same. And I'm going to do a little over here, but only for this piece. And for, if I am correct in this, and over here. And I'm going to place it in here. And in a moment I showed you a little bit closer. Don't worry. And you see, this is how they are looking like. And you can place them anywhere you like. Maybe you like a different better. Maybe you want to have an extra one over here, or maybe here, or maybe in the middle. Do whatever you think it's right. And I'm going to hope for that this will dry out very nicely. Of course, I am going to get my smaller pencil and I'm going to wipe away the glue we don't need enough. So you see, then we get a nicer, with a nicer look. So I'm going to turn this side. I think I have all my glue away. Over here, just go around it with your brush. And I'm going to, like I said, let this dry at least for ½ hour. So, and we are going to, in the meantime, while this is drying, we are going to make another rows of 2 and 3, because I don't like it the way that it is right now, because now you only have legs and I like to finish it off on the underside a little bit different than normally. So I'm going to glue on the top some, and this is already 1, squeeze it And we're going to do, oh, yo! You see already, we have a rolling, rolling glue. And this is already a number 2. Oh, you see already how bad is this block. This block has really all shapes, shapes you can have. And again, we're going to make 2 of 3. So very easy. This is 1 and number 2. And I'm sorry if it is a little bit of a chaos, but it's always a little bit of chaos with me. So, and this is number 1 and now the last one. And then we're going to go again and give it a couple of minutes to dry in before we can work with it. So again, squeeze it, press it together this way. And we're going to let it rest for a couple of minutes. You see already I placed you a little bit lower because, or else I can't show you how you can glue it. I'm going to take a piece of 2 and this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to glue the top and I'm going to glue a piece on the back and we're going to place it over here. So very easy, we do some glue on this top and on the sides over here, a little dot, and we're going to place it this way and we're going to place it on the back side and of course on this side, and we have to work with it and we're going to give it a couple of minutes to rest. And you see already this is the block which is really has all the shapes you can have, but we are going to work with it because I don't like to throw things away. So this is already the first part and I think you don't even see it, do you? I thought I would go it this way, but you see it of course on this way. You see this side and I have it on this side. So I'm going to turn you a little bit. You see, here it is. I glued it on here and I glued a little bit over here and this is how we're going to place it in. And we're going to turn it again and we're going to get a loose block like this and we are going to, of course I'm going to turn it a little bit. I don't even know how to turn it anymore. Have a moment. So I place you a little bit this way. You see already, here is the first one we did. We glued it on top of here and on top of here. Now we get a loose block like this one. We are going to do some glue. I try to show it to you this way. Some glue over here, some glue over here and on this part. And we're going to place a loose block this way on top of here. Very easy, just place it over here. And we're going to let this dry in also a couple of minutes again. So this way. And now we have already this one of 2 is totally fitting inside. We're doing 1 on the top and then we go further with the other side and it will be this side. So you see we did this one and now we need some glue over here and some glue on the tops because he is going to be standing here and placing against here. So very easy, we're doing some glue over here. Of course I have to do it a little bit careful and over here and we're going to do it on here and we're going to place the block of 3 pieces. This one we're going to place it over here and we're going to place it against here. And again, we wipe away the glue we don't need and we're going to give it a couple of minutes again. So we did the part of 2, we did the ankle one, we did the 1 of 3. We are going to lay it on the side, on the part we glue because it did dry in a couple of minutes. I'm going to turn it and you see already, here is also the part of 3 and this one needs to be also over here. And we're going to glue it against this one, very easy. So we do some glue on the underside of the 3 parts, so this way, over here, and of course on the part over here, like the sides. And now I'm going to turn this over, place it on this side, and I'm going to place it on the top, and again make a nice straight line. Give it a little bit of pressure and again remove the glue so you can see if you have a nice straight line and feel with your fingers because you can feel the best with your fingers if you are in a straight line or not. And we're going to let this dry also in for a couple of minutes again. And of course I showed you, sorry, I showed you this. You see here, now he's also on top of this one and he's a little bit sticking out, if everything correctly on here. Now you see here the 1 of 3 we just glue, and we're going to get another loose block like this, and he will be on top of here. So we only need to glue this part, and we're going to do some glue over here and on this top. So very easy, and we're just going to lay in our loose piece this way, and again make sure that you have a straight line and feel it again with your fingers and give it a little bit of pressure. And again we're going to let this dry in also. So you just did the last block on top over here, this one, and now we need one piece of 2 inside of here, and of course we need to do that before everything is glued in, because or else we don't get it in. So you see, you have to work a little bit with it and then you can place it in. So we only need some glue on the both of the tops over here, and we do over here, and we do a little piece on this side. And of course we are going to very carefully, oh, you see already this one, I just did shake it a little bit, but we don't have to do it. And of course we are going to work away, and we're going to place it under here, and we're going to place everything back. So don't worry if things go loose, it doesn't matter. You easily can everything could stick together because your glue is still not dried up. So don't be scared. You just work with it and just give it the shape you like. And again over here I have to make sure that I have it in a straight line in this way. And now I'm going to show to you. You see, it looks always a big mess and everything is falling apart, but just stay calm and just fit everything together. You see, you still can remove everything all the way. Don't worry about it. You just go with your fingers again and you make a nice straight line, and just be careful and just pull it a little bit together to you, unless you are satisfied with the result. But please don't be scared, because everything won't fall apart immediately and you still can glue it again together. With a glue gun is always, the hot glue is always a little bit more difficult, but with wood glue you can do all the way. You have time enough. So, and if you have everything situated, just very easy, just go over it and remove the glue. You don't need again, because then you also have your side is a little bit better when the glue is away, and you see that he's really on a straight line. So always, like I tell you, don't worry, don't be scared, just do your thing and make the shape you like, because nothing will go wrong. Also in the meantime, while this is drying, I was thinking maybe it is very cute to have a nice little container where you can do a little Christmas tree inside to place it with your bench. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go for a very easy container. Of course, we're going to glue these two together. We're going to do these two together in a straight line. And again, we're going to do these two together, squeeze it, and these two. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure, very lightly, this way. And we're going to do it this way and make a straight line again. And we're going to do it this one and the last one, number 4. And again, make sure that you have it in a straight line, because or else your container will be not totally fitting on top of each other. We are going to get our wet towel, wipe away the glue we don't need, and over here, and this one. And now we're going to give it a couple of minutes. While these 4 are drying, we're going to get 3 blocks, and we're going to glue 3 blocks together. Very easy, 1 and number 2, and number 3 will be the closure up again. Squeeze it, press it together, and press it down like this. And you see already this block is a little bit offline, so he is a crooked, how you say it. And I'm going to let this dry in also. So now we're going to get our 4 blocks of 2. We are going to do on the line, be careful because he's still not dry. And we're going to place it down. We're going to place this one straight up, going to press them together lightly, and we're going to do on this one some glue. And of course, a lot of you who are here already for a long time know already what I'm going to make. I'm going to place this one against this one. So not on front, but on the side over here. And I'm going to do this one on the tops. And on this one, I'm going to do it on the front over here very lightly. And if everything's correctly, everything is fitting inside of each other this way. And so you have a nice straight square. And we're going to let this dry in. So we gave it a couple of minutes very carefully. We're going to turn it around. We're doing some glue on the inside. So if the glue is going out, then it's going on the inside as much as we can. So this way and over here, you see? Now we're going to place it carefully in the middle of our little square. And so we have a nice little container for our Christmas tree we're going to decorate with in a moment. So, and of course, still you can work your pieces. Like I told you earlier, don't be scared. Just make the shape you like. And we're going to give it this way. What I'm going to do, because I want to make also a cute little sign for on my bench. And I always make everything very easy and cheap. So we are going to do 3 blocks this way again. The same like we did with the underpiece of our little planter container. We're going to squeeze it together and we're going to let this dry in also. And I'm going to print out a little print I made for on top of here. So then we have everything finished and we can paint everything in the color you like. I think I'm going to go for a little bit of white, a little bit of the creamy color. But of course, choose any color you like. You can do maybe this in a black color and brown color. You can do the bench in a red color if you want to use it for Christmas, or green. Do whatever you think is right. This is just an inspiration. And here is my print. Of course, I measured it out, and of course mine is 7 centimeters by 7 centimeters, and that is the shape I did for this print. I'm going to cut off the black line because I don't like the black line on top of this one. But of course, if you want to find this one, you can find it in the free printables. There you find this cute little sign also if you want to use it. So I'm going to cut it out and I'm going to Mod Podge it on top. So I did cut out the print. I'm going to do some Mod Podge on the front of our simple made sign, and you can change it up for any season because this bench is for every season. You can do some Easter bunnies on top. You can do here some Easter picture on top because you can easily make a new one, and you also can use the back side for different seasons. So go ahead, do whatever you think you want to decorate for, but of course I'm going to do it for the Christmas season. So I'm going to make sure that I don't get the Mod Podge on top because I like a little bit of the matte finish. But if you like the shiny finish, just wait a couple of minutes, then go over it with the Mod Podge again. Then you get a nice little bit of a shiny look. But I like the matte finish. So you see already, we have our own cute little sign. And how easy is it? Do you even want to have a stand under it? You just get another block and you just place it over here. And you can have your own a little cute little stand of a sign. And what I'm going to do, because I have a little bit change of plans, I should have painted my bench in the creamy color, but I give it away, this bench. And the person who gets it is, of course, doesn't want to have it in the paint color. So I'm going to leave mine in the wood color. But of course, like I said, go do whatever color you think it's right. But I leave mine in this color because she likes it better this way. So I close a little bit this way so you can see the bench, and it is, I think he turned out very nice. And how easy was it to make? And a corner bench, I don't think you can buy them in a store. At least I have never seen one, at least here in the Netherlands, in a store. So how great is you do it for a corner. That's always a great thing. So what we're going to do, because you can decorate it for any season, I do it of course for the Christmas season, but you can do some Easter bunnies on top of here, do an Easter sign. Like I told you, you can go all the way with the bench. What I'm going to do, I have here the planter, and of course I'm going to do the planter this time in the corner, but you can make a second one, and then you can place one on this side and maybe one on this side. So you have two pieces where you can place a Christmas tree. So it's so easy to make just a simple planter box for yourself. Of course, I have here some a little bit kind of a wreath, but it is from twine. You see already, and he was a thrift find, and he was only 25 cents. So, and I have 4 of them. So I'm really happy to found this one. And of course our cute made little sign. And I have here my butter brush tree, and I did the bottom in the gold color, because normally, you know, they come in the white color, but I did with my marker, I made it in the gold color. Of course, I'm going to pull one of them out, because then you don't even see the the gold feet, because I'm going to place a little tree inside this way, and I'm going to place it on my bench, and I have to work with it because we don't want it that he is crooked this way. And I'm going to get my 2 other little butter brush tree on each side. I do a 1. Of course, I'm going to get my very simple wreath, and I'm going to place it next to this one. And I think I'm going to get a piece of ribbon, and I'm going to do a little bow, and I'm going to do my sign on this corner. So it is very easy made, and you can go as crazy as you like, because this is just the base, and you can make it any way you like. For now, this was it, and of course in a moment you see the quick impression. We need of course our tumbling tower blocks, some paint at your choice, some wood glue, some glue from your glue gun, some wax, of course some pencil, scissor, a little cutter for our greenery, and you can choose some greenery later for your at your own choice, because everyone has his own choice in greenery and flowers. What we're going to make, we made earlier, we made already a bench. And of course, but now we are going to make a planter bench. You can buy them at the Etsy shop, and they are $65. So I think that's a little bit too much, and you can make a nice cute one for yourself. And they made it from wood, and I'm going to make it of course from our tumbling tower blocks. I really have no idea how it turned out, and of course we give our own unique twist on it. So don't worry, we are going to make it a very special one. For the bench, we are going to start with the back side of the bench. We are going to do it very easy. We're just going to build it up with blocks. We are going to do some glue on this side. And on this side, we do it with 3 blocks. And this. And another one. And we're going to take this way. We're going to lay them down. We're going to take some block, and we're going to place it on the back side. So we're going to do it over here, and we're going to do it over here like this. And now we're going to get some and squeeze it, press it down, and this one the same, and make sure that you have them straight in the straight line, and also this one in the straight line. We're going to do another one, but we're doing some glue on this side, and we're going to place them also against each other. And we're going to do it this way, and again place it to each other, and on this one a small line, and again on top of each other, and again make a nice straight line, and squeeze it and squeeze it and squeeze it this way. And we are going to make 9 of this one, so we need still 6 of this one. We're going to do it a little fast. our 9 pieces, but we don't need 9 for the legs, we need 8. So I am going to lay one apart because we are going to use this in a moment. So we have 4 of this one, and we are going to place them together. And first, before, to make it easy, we're going to glue it this way. So very simple, just do some glue on the shape like this, and we're going to do it on this one, on this, and the last one, and this way. And make sure that you have enough, because we don't want our legs to fall down. And again, row them together like a nice string this way. And we're going to do over this one the same, and we're going to do this one and the last. Very easy, and just row them together again this way, and again squeeze it. And we're going to let this dry also, and the dry time is most of the time 1.5 hours at least, and then we can work a little bit further. Now we have the legs which are drying right now, from the back side at least. We are going to do the middle piece of the back side, and we already have one block because we already made one. So very easy, we're going to make another one, and we're going to do some glue on this side and on this side, and a little bit more. We're going to place 2 blocks against each other this way, and we are going to make a square line and squeeze it again. And I have, every time I have an old kitchen towel with me, and I'm going to make sure that my space is always clean for working, because or else you are gluing yourself to your placemat. And that's not the greatest thing, to glue yourself on the placemat. So I'm going to clean this up. I'm going to do the other one. So then I have the 3 upper sides, and this is a one, and I make it out of my head. So I have really no idea what I'm doing sometimes. So bear with me if it is sometimes a little confusing, and if you want to know how I did one step, just let me know in the comments down below. I am so happy to answer your questions. And again, this way, make sure you have a straight line like this. I'm going to get it up, clean it a little, and clean my space again. And now we have 3 pieces on top. I'm going to do some glue. I know it's a little early, so be careful if you are going to glue it. And I'm going to do this one, then I have at least the top of our bench is on each other this way. And again, and if you want to press it, do it in the under blocks this way. Give it some pressure and make sure that you have a nice straight line over here, and make your surface clean again. What we're going to do now, we're going to take a loose blocks, and we're going to do some glue on this side and on the other side again. Very simple. Lay it down and lay it on top of the other one. So very easy. Some glue on this side, and lay it down again on this here. And we're going to do with this one the same. And if you want to make very certain, you also can do some glue on a little of the top side, but you don't have to do it. And this way, squeeze it, press it down, and make sure that everything sticks together this way. Now we get a block like this, and we're going to do only some glue on one line. But this line, we are not going to glue against this. We are going to place it this way. And again, over here, squeeze it. And we're going to do the same over here. Just one line over here. And we're not going to place it this way. We are going to do it this way, because on this side is already glue. And we're going to do the same. A little here and here. And we're going to make sure I have it already wrong. You see already, I don't want to glue it on the underside, only on the little over here. And we are going to turn it over and glue it like this. I know sometimes it's a little confusing. Just watch it a second time And maybe then it's a little bit more easier to understand. So this way, and I'm going to squeeze it and move forward. Again, we take a block again like this, and we only going to do again on this side some glue, and we're going to place it over here. This is one. We're going to do again one glue on this side, turn it over and glue it over here. And for this one the same, and we do it on the front side, not on this side, because we have a block which is coming on top of here, and it will be this one because we need to close it up, and we have some glue already on it. And this way, and we're going to do this one and the last one. And now we have a nice little package. We just need to work a little bit like this, and we're going to let it dry. And then we already have the top of the back side of our bench. Now we are going to go further, because we also need from the back side a piece of the planter container, which will be for plants or flowers, what you can do in it. And it is in decorative way, so you can place it on a tray or maybe somewhere else outdoor, but you also can use it indoor. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we take 9 blocks, and we do very easy. We are going to make some small lines again on 8 of them, and this is 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6, 7, and the last, of course, number 8. And then we're going to row them together again, and this way, and this, and this, and the last 2 we are going to give it a little squeeze, and we're going to make a straight line, and then we're going to squeeze it again like this. And you see already the glue is coming out, and you take your old towel and you just go over it and wipe away the parts you don't need, at least what is coming out, not the parts at least the pieces of the glue which is coming out. And again, squeeze it and make a nice straight line, and then we're going to let it dry like this. And I'm going to make now 2 pieces of 3. So this is 1, and this is also 3. And again, we are making 2 lines, 1 on this one and 1 on this one, and 2 lines on this one of 3. And again, this one, we are going to row them together. I don't know if that's the right word, row them together. At least you may that you place them all together in one line, just like you do with your beads when you are making a necklace. Just row them together. I hope I say the right word, maybe, or else I'm doing already lots of DIYs. But I think you really know what I mean. So move away the glue, and again keep it in place and get it up and turn it over and let this dry again, and wipe away, clean your space so nothing glues together, because the glue is giving a lot of stains. And I'm going to paint this bench, but if you're not going to paint and you do want to stain it, then you have to sand it first with little sanding paper. Now I'm going to get pieces of, here is 9, and now we're going to go for 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And again, we're going to do 7 blocks with some glue, and then we already almost have our container which we use for our planting. And this one, and this, and the last 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8. A nice row, squeeze it and make it straight again, and wipe away the glue this way, and squeeze it again and press it down. That you get a nice straight line, and that will make your work much better to glue together later. And now we are going to let this dry. Now our pieces are almost dried in. So this is the 9, this is the 8, and these are the 2 or 3. What we're going to do, we're going to place this on the side. We are going to do very thin layer of some glue like this. And you see already I have one with a marker, but he will be inside and painted, so you won't see it. And now you don't throw away those blocks. So I am really happy that I can use it for this. I'm going to place it on top of here and this way. And first I'm going to place this one, of course, on one side. So I'm doing some glue on this side and on the other side. So on this side and on this side. So this is for this side over here, and the other side is of course for on this block. So I'm going to place it over here, and I'm going to do it over here, and then I'm going to do with this side the same. I have to think a little. I'm going to do it on the other side, of course, and I'm going to do it on one of these sides, maybe a little more. And I'm going to see, I did one on this side and I did on the other side, and I'm going to place it, of course, also over here. I'm going to squeeze a little because we must have a straight line over here, and this will be in a straight line over here. And you can still work with it. That's the greatest about wood glue, because you still can remove it, and this way. And I'm going to let this dry. In the meantime, while this piece of the container is drying, we need of course also the front, but we are going to make assemblers like we did with the other one. So what we're going to do, we are going to go for, again, very easily, one block on this side and on this side, and we're going to do 3 of them, this side and this side, and the middle of this one, this side and this side. We are still going okay, so I'm just going with the flow, and we see what it will bring. And this is already 1, and we are going to do again this one and squeeze it and make a nice straight line, and squeeze it again just like we did earlier. And with this one also the same, again squeeze it and press, and this. And we're also going to do this one and make a straight line this way. We are going to get it upside down, up on the side, do some glue, and on this side we are going to do the same. And you see already he still wants to get out because he's still not dried up, of course. We are laying it down, we can roll them together again, the same like we did with the other one. Squeeze them and make a nice straight line. And what we're going to do, we're going to again block. We are going to do again some glue on this side and on this side. My glue is running as fast as it can because it's warm here in the Netherlands. So the glue is also have it very hot. So so he's also all over the place. That's why I have my my towel and of course some water, so I can cool it off. And this, we are going to lay it over here, and we're going to place 3 blocks against here, and this, and the same over here. Again, make a nice straight line, press it, and make sure that you have it straight. So, and then we're going to let this dry also. So, and our front of our container is already dried in, not totally dry, but I'm going to glue him already on here. So we're going to do some glue on here, over here, and again on this side, and make sure that you have enough glue that it stays in place, because it's very heavy so it doesn't fall off. And again squeeze, and make sure that you have the back side totally flat like this, but you also can go a little bit lower, but that you do the flatness over here like this, and then you have the bench a little bit lower on this side. That's a choice you can make. I am going to go for, I think, for a little bit higher, so like this, and I'm going to have that the planter has a nice corner around it, not a corner, just a little piece up. So I'm going to let this dry for at least 1.5 hours again. So I just also wanted to show you how it's looking like on the side. So I chose a little overlow on this side, but you also can do it on the other side. So then you have on the underside of your bench where you normally sit on, having a little piece coming over, but I like a little bit piece on this side because this is a planter and we are going to do some plants over here, but make your own choice. Of course, the front side of our bench also needs his feet, so we are going to make 3 rows of blocks. So 3 from this ones, like this again. And later I think we need to cut out or saw out a little piece, but we will see that later. But I need more than 2, so I need 3, and then we're going to see what we need to saw out. So very easy again. For one leg we need 3 of this one, and again on this side, and this is one we are going to do for this side and on this side. But if you have something else in your head for making your own planter bench, go ahead. You are free to do your own inspiration, because I always say inspiration is always the greatest thing. My head is always running over, so I'm going to place this together again this way, and we're going to do in a straight line, and this will also squeeze and make a straight line again, and I squeeze it under, I squeeze it over here and over here. Of course I have to be sure that everything stays in place. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to get one up, and I'm going to do the sides again very quickly, because we don't want to fall it apart. And again, and this side. And now we're going to place all 3 of them together again, just like we did with the front. And again, squeeze it and make a nice straight line, work a little bit with it so it gets a nice flow. And then we're going to let this dry. I will do the Now we're going to go and glue already the back side together. We're going to take our 2 legs. It's are the pieces which are with 4. You see, this one we made with 4 pieces. We have 2 of them, and we have this middle back space of the bench, and we're going to do it in between. So what we're going to do, it's very easy. We're just going to glue the side of this middle piece. And I have to be sure that everything is correctly, and we have to do this way and this way, and we're going to do for the other side the same. Of course some glue can fall off, but it doesn't matter. I have my placemat under it, so I'm going to lay this over here before I'm going to press everything down. This one also needs to be in between, so I'm going to glue. I have to look where I need to glue. Of course I need the top over here, and I need a little piece up and a little piece up over here, and now I need the side, but first I'm going to glue this together. So make it together this way. We're going to press it down and make a nice straight line this way. And we are going to do some glue on this side, on the underside, over here. Just some glue over here. And on this side, of course, some glue It looks now like a big mess, and if you look at this way, it is a big mess. But everything will be okay, don't worry. And we are going to glue this one also together, and on the top we also need a straight line. Now we're going to press everything together and this way, and we're going to let this dry. In the meantime, while our back side and of course the legs are drying for the front side, and our container is drying, so he's almost finished. We only need some arm rest. I'm not really sure, but I hope I am in the direction of saying it right. At least where you can lay your arm. Here in the Netherlands we say armleuning. So in the Dutch it's a little bit different. Armleuning. So we are going to do very easy. We are just going to make one block for each side. So a little glue and a little glue over here. And we are going to again place it against it, and we, as far as I can see, we need only one, but bear with me if we later still need another one. I'm just counting out of my head. I really have no idea what I'm doing. So this is one, and I'm going to make a second one, and this is one, and the other one. And now I'm going to place them also together and let this to dry also, and then we can almost build it together. You see, we have our back side and we have it flat on our table. What we're going to do, we have of course our two legs, and they are a little bit too long, and we have our arm rest. So I'm going to place them where I want to have them. I want to have them a little over here, I think, and I'm going to measure out. I'm going to lay my leg over here, and I'm going to place it over here, and then I'm going to get my marker, and I'm going to mark my lines, one over here, and on the back side. And then I'm going to get it off, and I will show it to you this way. I have here the markers of my little armrest. You see, he's fitting over here. Now I'm going to get my leg. I'm going to go forward, and I'm going to place it on the top of the little line above. There's not this line, but this line. I'm going to place it over here, and then I'm going to go on the sideways, and on the end of the underleg I'm going to make a little marker over here and on the top, so I'm sure that I have the straight line. So then I can saw my jigsaw, I can saw my piece out. You see here I have little marks over here, one here and one here, and I'm going to make a line over here, and I'm going to saw this one out. So this is the piece which has to come off, but before I'm going to do it, I'm going to lay the second one beside it, and I'm going to measure out also this one, so I can both of them to do in one piece. So you see, I did saw out a little piece of the block. It's not totally the half, but almost the half of the block. And I'm going to get my glue, and I'm going to glue this one on top of here, so you get this side. So I'm going to lay him down this way, and I'm going to get some glue, and I'm going to do this one a nice rounding like this with some glue. I'm going to lay it on the side, and I'm going to lay this one on top of here and make a nice straight line. And I'm going to do with this one the same. Also some glue on this side over here, and I'm going to lay it on the side again, and we're going to do here the same like this. Now our legs are a little bit dried in, at least the front legs. What I'm going to do, because I want to glue them already to give them a nice sturdy underground, I hope I can do some glue. So I'm going to turn it over, and this is what you get. So this is the piece you need to have. Two full block, here and half block, and here is the one block. So this is, if you have just a shape like an L, then you have the right shape. Of course, I'm going to place it over here, and I'm going to glue it, and I do some little blocks under it on here, so it gets a nice support for gluing. So I'm going to do some glue on this side and in this way and over here. And I'm going to turn it upside down, do it on the line I draw out, and I'm going to place it, and I'm going to get my block over here and make sure that he has support that he needs to lay it down, and this way. And now I'm going to try that everything stays together like this, but we will see if it will succeed. At least I'm going to do the other side, and then we're going to let it dry for 1.5 hours. So my bench is dried up, but I wanted to show you now how he's turned out. You see here, I have here my armrest, and I'm going to did let these pieces. I thought maybe it is very fun to have it inside, and they glue together. I think there was some glue on top of it, so I am placed them inside as just as yeah, to hold it together. But I am really loving it, so I am also have it on this side, so it's very easy. You can place them inside before you glue your armrest on it. Just place also a little glue on this too, on the same height, and then use it as the armrest over it. And then you have also a nice in-between piece for your bench. So I'm really happy how our bench planter bench, it's just how you call it, turned out. So I'm going to get my paint, and I'm going to paint this one in the white color. So you can choose any color you like. So of course you can leave the inside in the blank color, but I am always doing everything. So I'm going to start in the inside of our bench. So I'm very sure that everything is very nice painted. So I will do that, but a little bit fast. And here you see how my benches turned out. Of course, I did one coat and I let the distressing a little bit come through, the wood color, because I like that. But if you want to have it totally in the white, just go over it again and paint it again. And maybe you have another color. I'm very curious what you made of it, but I always ask you, if you want to show us a picture of your DIYs, please send them to us, to our Gmail. Of course, you find it in our description box. I would love to see it. I let this dry right now, and I'm going to make a little tag for on top of here. So I take very simple 2 wooden planks, and of course you can use also 4 pieces of your tumbling towel blocks. It doesn't matter, and if you have the smaller tumbling towel blocks, it's also fine. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make a straight thin line over here, and I'm going to glue them this way together, squeeze it and press it down like this. And now you get a nice little tag which we can glue on top of our bench. But I'm going to go to my computer and I'm going to make a little tag for it, a little print. So of course you will find the 2 printables also in the free printable, so a lot of prints. So I'm going to make them for you. And here are our 2 signs. Of course, I know you see them backwards, but don't worry, that's just my telephone. I did one welcome to our home and one fall is arrived. So I did one on one side, and maybe you could do the other on the other side, so you can change them up. So I'm going to cut them out, and then we're going to Mod Podge it on top of here. So I did cut them out, and I'm going to get my brush. You call it a brush, but here in the Netherlands we call it a kwast. So it's also much different than you use it. You use a brush and we use a kwast. So you also learn again a little Dutch. I hope you enjoy the Dutch words in between. So you also can pick up a little of another language. And I'm just going to do some Mod Podge on the full tag. And I'm going to do first welcome to our home on one side. Of course I have to work a little bit with it this way, and you see this is already one, and I'm going to do the other on the other side. But of course I let this dry first, because or else everything will stick together. I placed you a little bit closer to me. I know it is close, but now you can see very easily in the bench. Of course, what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep it simple. You can do anything you like and you can decorate anything you want. First, I'm going to give it some base with this kind of greenery. It's just a garland I rip always in pieces, and I can use them for any purpose. So I have one longer, so I'm going to do a piece inside to give it also some filling. And I'm going to let fall over a little piece, not too much. And I'm going to do on this side the same. And always work a little bit with it, just what you do with a Christmas garland. You also need to fluff it. So we are going to do also with other piece of garland. And we're going to let this fall down a little. And we're going to place the rest inside just as a filling, so your other branches stick better in place. And this way, now we already have the first side of our base. What we're going to do right now, we're going to take 5 pieces of any kind of branch. I use this one because it has a little bit of the yellow fall color, so I'm loving the yellow. And also you can use this bench, it's a seasonal bench. You can do it for the Christmas season, you can do it for the spring season, for Easter. You can do some Easter eggs inside of here. So the ideas are endless, so take your time and make your own choice and your own decorations. I'm going to place this one on this armrest and this one on this. We are going to do a one, of course, in the middle. Very easy. And just stick it inside in your pieces of garland, so it gives a nice sturdiness. So in this, and we do one in the corners over here, and in this corner over here, and just wiggle a little bit, or wiggle a little bit, and you have it inside. Now I have 2 pieces of this one. These are just kind of berries, green berries. I don't know. I like the colors because I am a neutral girl, so I like really the green colors. And do one on this side, and just again wiggle it in on this side, and I'm going to wiggle it in on this side and let it fall over. Now I have my berries, and I took the yellow and the red. You see, I have to show it to you a little bit better. Sorry, I was thinking this way. You see, this kind of, and I'm going to do a one in the middle on the back sides over here, and I'm going to place a one over here like this, and I'm going to place one over here in this corner. And just bend. Everything is wired, so you can very easily bend everything together. Now I'm going to take my favorite piece, and you see already, this is the boxwood garland, and I'm going to rip off little bundles of 3. So again, take 3 pieces and place them inside of your display. I'm going to get again 3 pieces like this. And I'm going to get the little stems, turn it over, and I'm going to place them over here. And so I'm going to do it random at a place, and one, of course, in the middle. I'm going to squeeze it inside over here and make sure that the berries are coming out. And I am really loving always the boxwood. I don't know why, but I have a little thing with boxwood. And I'm going to place over here on this side, and the last one will be on the other side, on this side, so over here, and the bear is a little higher. Now I get my little tag, and I use, you can use the fall has arrived, but I think welcome to our home. And I'm going to get some sticky gum, and I'm going to stick it on top of here, and I am really happy how this is looking like. In the moment you see the blocks, some furniture wax at your color, some wood glue, some paint of course, also color at your choice. I have a brush, I have some glue sticks, and of course my glue gun. So these are the main pieces what we will need for this DIY. We are going to make a bench for you in your decor. What we're going to do, because we're going to make it with a twist, we are going to go with some glue on the block, and we are going to place this one against each other and squeeze them and press real hard like this. We are going to make 6 pieces of this one, and this will be the start of the base of our bench. And we're going to do some glue over here, place it on top, squeeze it real hard like this, and whoop, glue is already running faster than I can get my blocks. And again on top of each other, and if the glue is running out, just make sure that you remove it right away, because you don't want to that your DIY is not looking the greatest, because your, I don't know what my glue gun has been, he is already coming, the glue is coming out already so fast like this. And this is even a glue gun which is wireless, so I don't understand why he's coming out, and always when I'm filming. What we're going to do, we are going to do 2 pieces like this on top of each other. So squeeze it real hard like this, and I remove immediately the glue, and then you already have one of this one. We're going to do another one and some glue, and again we are going to lay it beside, squeeze it and press it down, and this already. And we are going to make, of course, this one we are going to glue on here, and this one we are going to glue on here. So it's very easy, just do some glue on here, and we are going to place this one against here. This is number 1, and you see already I made already a mistake, not a mistake, but I did forget that we don't need 6 of them, but we need 8 of them, and this one will be over here. And make sure that you have a straight line like this, because this is already the underpiece of our bench. So this is one, and you see we need 2 legs. we already missing 2 legs, and we only just started it. that doesn't pronounce a lot of good for the rest of our DIY. So, but at the end we always get there, so bear in with me. This one, and of course I'm going to lay this one down. Again, some glue, and I use this time, I use of course my glue gun, but you can use your wood glue also. I have to place this one in between like here, and just make sure that you have it in a straight line. And now we need this one again. Oh, I have to turn it this way, and then squeeze it and press it down. And now we already have our 2 legs, which will be the base, at least when I get him off my table. Then we have 2 legs, and there he is. The 2 legs are already here for our bench. So now we're going to do the next step. So you see, this is the one of the 2 we just made, and we are going to make now, this is the base for the bottom. We are now going to make the base for the back side of our bench. And of course again we are going to make 4 of these blocks again. This is 1, and this will be in number 2, and this is so easy to make. Everyone can make such a nice decor bank, and you can, advantage, you can decorate it for any season, and you can decorate it completely to your own taste. Because what I always do, I always give you a little inspiration, but of course everyone has his own taste and his own colors he uses in his decor. So now we have 4, and again the same like we did with the other one, we are going to glue them together like this. Squeeze it and press it down, and this is 1, and we're going to do the second one. Squeeze it, and I think I need to turn this one around because I see already my block is completely destroyed. I will show it to you. You see, this block is completely pieced out, so I have to work with it. So at the end it finally will work out, but I just saw it on time that this one doesn't fit the creators. I thought, what is that? But we already managed it. Now we have the back side. We are going to glue this one on one of the, you take this piece and we are going to glue this on this way around it like this. And I'm going to take for this one a little bit of my wood glue because I want to be sure that the back side stays on. That's why I'm going to do this one with some wood glue. So, and it takes a little bit more drying, I know, but at the end you will be much more happier if he stays in place. And I'm going to place it up here, center it and let it dry like this. And I also do the other one, the feet and of course the bottom and the sides are drying right now. What we're going to do, we're going to make the place where you sit on, and we are going to make 3 blocks like this on each other this way, and we're going to make number 3 like this and squeeze them and press it down. This is already number 1, and we are going to make 6 of them. We have made our 6 of 3, but we are going to use this one later. What we're going to do, we are going to take our frames. You see this, if everything is correct and you made it, you have 2 of this one. We are going to lay it on the back side of my placemat because I know for sure that this one has a straight line, so it doesn't matter what you choose, but choose something with a straight line on the back. Just do the back side of the legs on the frame so you can place it over here. Now we can measure out the same length we want to have for our place where we sit on our bench. Of course, I am going to let it lean over a little bit. So I'm going to do the planks a little bit over the, and I'm, of course, everyone has their own privilege with they are liking. So I'm going for this one. So I'm going to do one with some glue over here, totally in the back side. Then one, a little space in between, a little space in between over here. And this one will be totally on the end on the front. And then measure out a little bit like this, where you want to have it. And you see this plank is not totally the way I want to have it, like this. So I am going to glue this together. So I'm taking my wood glue and I'm going to do some wood in the back side of the corner and over here a little dot. And I'm going to place my piece of blocks on top of here and measure out where you want to have it like this. And I'm going to squeeze it and press it down. And Great thing, because I told you that earlier already, from wood glue you can change it still, because it doesn't glue immediately, and that's your glue gun does. So I'm going to take a little dry brush and I brush away the wood glue which is coming out, because that's not always a great sight to see. My English today is very bad. I'm really sorry. Bear with me. I know a lot of you don't mind, but I am really always so, so angry at myself that I don't do it. When the camera's running, everything is always a little bit different. So I think I keep it this way. And now I'm going to do some glue a little bit further, like this, and over here. And again, place it against here. And just let it lay down just for a moment, because we are going to do first this top. So we are sure that we have at least the first line and the back line at the same height. I have to be sure that there is no glue on here. And now I'm going to measure out, and of course you see already my glue is coming out, but I always say I have rather a little bit too much than too little, and he has to get sucked into the wood this way. And now I'm going to do some glue in the middle piece, over here and over here. And I know it takes a little bit more of your time, but at the end you will be very happy. I think this one's a little bit nicer to see for the seat. And again, measure out that you have in between the same pieces. So I have to go, this one has to go a little bit backwards, and this one over here, and this one over here. And now I let it dry, at least also for an hour. You see, now the bottom is dried up. Now I can show it to you a little bit better. So I did let it hang over a little, I think maybe a centimeter, not more. And you see how easy is this just to make. Now we already have the bottom. What we're going to do, we are going to do lay it down this way, and we are going to build this one the same. But you see already, before I can do that, I have 2 over, and I need of course 4. So I'm going to make again 2 extra. Before the back side you also need 4, and this is number 3. And again, glue it together. This package is weer full of blocks which are different in sizes, so it is a little bit of a task to do this one. I hope you have better luck, that the sizes are much better. And this way, and you see already also this one is much smaller. And number 3. Some blocks are really great size, and some blocks are really totally offline. Out of line, I can better say offline, then you would that's something different. So now we're getting it off the table, our 4 pieces, and we are going to place them. It's very easy, the same way with the wood glue. We are going to build it up, and of course the top has to be exactly at the end, the same like you did with the bottom. And over here, and this one over here, I have to look if I have them right, and I will glue this one also together and let it dry. So again, the first step will be again some glue on this side and on this side, and lay our piece on here, and the same height as you did the other one. And you have to get it in place for a couple of seconds, because I see already this one is also not totally straight. If I do it this way, you see, you will get off, and maybe I can turn them over. That's also the great thing about, and this one fits a little better. So now we're going to keep it like this. Now we're going to do the ending. A little round and a little round over here. And I have to feel if everything is smooth. So now we're going to place it on top of here and just let it suck in the wood. We are going to do some over here and over here. And again, lay this one on the same length as you did with the other one. And now in a moment we're going to see if we have both sides a little bit the same openings like we did over here. So I have to work a little bit with it, and again take your brush and wipe away the glue which is too much, but let it suck in for a little moment and then take your brush. And you see already it already turns into a little bench, but of course I always go a little bit further than just, if you like it this way it's also fine too, but I am going to make some planters on the side, and of course I'm going to make them attached to the little bench. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to make 2 pieces of 2, because I'm not going to make a bench square, but I'm going to make a longer one. So I'm going to do 2 of these pieces like this, and now I'm going to make 2 from 5. It's also very easy to make, and you can also use the planters, of course, not for your bench. You can use them separately. You don't have to use them for your bench. If you like them loose better in your decor, it's also fine. So you can go all the way with the little planters. So also in the tea tray, I think they also look nice in the tea tray. If you make them a little bit smaller, of course, this one will be a little bit bigger. This is already number 1. And we are going to do the last, number 2. Of course, I have to be sure that I have them straight next to each other, or else our planter doesn't fit. And that's, that's not the look we're going for. That is not in line. And number 4 like this, and number 5, and then we are going to make it together like we already did a couple of times, especially when you are here for a longer time. Then you already know how I make my little planters, just this way, and squeeze them together and keep them in place in a straight line until they dried up. And of course I didn't look if there was some glue on the underside, and I feel already on this block is some glue, so be careful. Most of the time first look for if you don't have every glue away, because glue is a hard thing to get away later. That was difficult difficult to get. You see already I need to squeeze a little bit like this to get it in line. And now I'm going to get on this side, and of course you see already I am already doing it wrong because I need to glue it on this side, but I will remove this in a moment. First I'm going to place this one in between, measure it out and keep it in place until it is dried up like this. And now I have to remove the glue, of course, from the sides, because I didn't have to glue this side. You probably almost would say it is Monday, but it isn't. It is here in the Netherlands, it is Tuesday, so I don't know what's wrong, but I already, so you get a nice little piece of value. Your planter starts already to look like. Now we're going to take 6 blocks And we are going to make 2 rows of 3 like this, and the other one, and place them against here. This is already one. We're going for the second. And like I always say in every DIY I make, if you don't want to hear me talking and you don't want to take as much as your time like I sometimes do, just go ahead, skip forward. But of course, I hope you enjoy just seeing how it is made. And now we're gluing this one together. I have to look for which is fitting the best. This one is also not fitting the greatest, so I think this one goes for the best. And squeeze it and press it together. And I remove the glue immediately. Be careful that you don't burn yourself, because I don't feel anything, but you probably will. So, and I'm going to place this one over here, and I'm not going to place it exactly in the middle, but I'm going to do it at the end. So I will show it to you. Maybe I can, before I glue it, I can show it to you better. So I'm just going around, not in the middle like this, but I'm going to do it at the end, and it gives this look. But when I glue it, I show it to you a little bit better. I see already some glue, and then it doesn't fit quite right on our surface over here. So do some wood glue, because I'm going to do this one with some wood glue. I like that my bottom stays on. I don't want that my bottom is falling off. This way, and I'm going to place it on top of here, totally at the end, so you get a nice straight line on this side of your container, of planter, just how you call it. And I let this dry. I have now 2 containers. Of course, I made an extra for the other side of our bench. The only thing what we still need to do, we have to glue them on top of here, and of course on the other side. So what we're going to do, we take our wood glue, and the only thing we need to do is just like here, on here, and of course on here, like this. And you see already, I am doing it wrong, because I have it upside down. Now you see already, I have to do it on here and not on the bottom. But of course, I take a piece of my kitchen towel and I wipe this away, and this and this and this. And of course, this is also DIYing. Also, things are going wrong. And I always show you that also. Of course, I could cut it out, and then you wouldn't even notice that I did make a mistake. But I don't like that, because everyone makes mistakes. So that's why I show you also the mistakes. So on the top, on the sides, and not the bottom. Learn from my mistakes, I always say. And a little drop, because this was a little bit too much, like this. And now we are going to place this over here. Make that you have a clean surface, and just go and place it against each other like this, and then squeeze it and let it dry for at least 1.5 hours. And I'm going to do the other one the same way. And you see, the bench is now totally in each other, and I am really happy how he is looking like. But of course, if you like an armrest, then you do very easy. Take 2 blocks, do some glue on the smaller side, glue this one exactly on top of here like this, and then you can place it on the side. Do one over here and do the other one over here. But you also can do some glue on top of here and place it in the middle like this, and so you can place this one over here, so you have 2 separate pieces, and you still can do an armrest over here. But I'm going to keep it this way, and I'm going still debating what I will do, if I will do it in some furniture wax or in the white color. Of course, maybe a lot of you would love to see it in the white color, but I am so fond of my furniture wax, so it's just a tick of It's just a tick of mine. I don't know. I really love the rustic look always from my pieces. But of course, maybe I will do the white. I am not sure right now. So I decided for the white color. I am still in doubt if I am doing the right thing. But of course, I have to go sometimes out of the box, like you all will have to be. The only thing I would still wanted to show you also, this one is such a steady bench, because you can see already on the on the underside. I also wanted to show you how steady it is pulled together, because I also, like I said, I did a combi with some wood glue and of course with our glue guns, and it makes a very sturdy bench, so you can use it for any season. So I'm going to take out my white chalk paint, and I'm going to go and I'm going to dab on my piece of kitchen towel, of course, to bend off most of my white. And I'm just going to go little piece, not totally the hard white color, but a little bit the lighter color, like this. And of course I will do the front, but I wanted to show you, just don't do it too heavy. But of course, if you want to do it in a green, brown, do whatever you think it's right. I will finish this off. And this is how our bench turned out in the white distress color. Of course, I distressed it. You can probably see some of the wood coming through. I really love how it turned out. What I'm going to do, I let this dry for at least, it's not too long because it's chalk paint, a couple of maybe 10 minutes. And in the meantime, while I do that, I'm going to make a cute little sign. And how easy is that to make? For this cute little sign, I'm going to do 4 blocks like this on top of each other. So do some glue on the side, press it down and squeeze it. And we do a number 3. And this one. And a number 4. And now we already have our own cute little frame for our sign. Just take 4 blocks and you already have your own sign. And what you can do, you can even glue it on top of here, so you have a nice cute little stand. So I will do that. So I'm going to do in the middle some glue of the block like this, and I'm going to place my sign, or at least my block of 4 in between like this. Squeeze it and press it down, and now you already have your own easy little stand. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go to my computer and I'm going to make 2 prints. One to show you for the Christmas season, because I love Christmas, everyone knows that, and one for the Easter. How easy is that? And you can find the free printables, of course, in our link down below in our description box. This is on this channel, Decor Easy, but also on the channel that I have all about Christmas. So I'm going to go to my computer, and then you see the print I made. And here you see the print I just made, a very Easter and Xmas, and I'm going to do Easter on the bit this side and Xmas on the other side. This was also a tip from Delia. She made a kind comment in our 10 early Christmas DIYs you also find on this channel, so go check it out. And of course, thank you, Delia, for thinking together with me. So I did it already, do it immediately what you say. I'm going to do Easter and Xmas on the back side. So I hope this will turn out. So I will cut it first. I did cut out my little print, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my cute little sign we just made. I'm going to take my white chalk paint, the same like we did with our bench. I'm going to dab it off, and I'm going to give it a nice distressed white look like this. And of course, this is also dried up very fast, because you only distress it, so it is dry in really, here in the Netherlands we would say in a no time. So it really is very fast, of course. And in the Netherlands we call this kind of blocks, we call it blokken. It looks a little bit the same, so you call it blocks and we call it blokken. So it's almost the same, only the sound is a little bit different. So I finished this off, and then we're going to Mod Podge it on top. So my little sign is dried up. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take my little print, and I'm going to Mod Podge it on top of here. Of course, don't look at my Mod Podging. I think a lot of you do it much different than I do, but I just use a very simple brand of Mod Podge, and you can use school glue, just what you want. And I'm going to try to get the top not with some Mod Podge, because I want to keep the matte finish, and I have to be a little bit this way, like this. And this is already, how easy is it just to make a sign for in your tier tray or something else. It is so nice and it is so fast to make. And I'm going to do, like Delia said, I'm going to do it also on the back side, so you can turn it over each way or another way. And on the tier tray it's very easy, because most of the times you see it on two different sides. So I'm going to go for this one, turn it over, and I'm going to do some Mod Podge again. But I think you all know already how to Mod Podge. I'll show it to you because I just like showing you everything I do. But of course, a lot of you maybe think, what's she doing? I know how to Mod Podge. I know you do. But I always love talking to you. So I'm going to go and I'm going to look if I have it in the middle, and I have. So again, just over with your clean fingers, and then you get a nice matte finish. But if you like more like a shiny finish, then you go let it dry and go over with the Mod Podge again. Then you get a little bit more of a shiny look. And if you have it somewhere which is coming with some water, then you really have to do the second layer, because or else if you get water on top of here, you get those strange drops around here. So if you have it in a kitchen or somewhere, then you have to give it a seal coat. So this is our little cute little sign. Now I'm going to look, my bench is of course ready and our sign is ready. You see, this is the bench and we already have our cute little sign. We are going to decorate it. Everyone who loves to see how easy it is, just with your bench, make just an easy, nice little display for Christmas. And you don't have to do a lot. I just took a little simple wreath. I did a piece of ribbon, and on the back side I made it with some little thumbnail like this. So you can remove it anytime you like. You can change it up for a bee ribbon or spring ribbon, just what you want. And this is already, I'm hanging it not in the middle, but a little bit to this side. I did a little piece of these berries. This is just also from a garland I ripped apart, because then you have more pieces for your money. And just took a little piece. I did it through my little weave, and I made it on the back side. So this is already, now you have a little bit of the Christmas touch. I have here my sign, of course, with Xmas on top of here. I'm doing on this way. I have also from some picks, I did make them shorter in little pieces. I take 3 of them, and I'm going to do one on this side of the corner, one on this side of the corner, and of course you already know we are going to do this one in the middle like this. We are going to take again a little piece of our garland. We are going to squeeze it inside and lay it over here, and we do the other corner very easy on this side. Just squeeze or tuck it in, just how you call it. We're going to do this side on this corner. We're going to do this one on this corner and this one in the middle. And then you only need 3 little pieces of greenery, some of the berries, and you probably everything you have laying around, and one over here. And you already have your nice own little display. I have to show it to you. My camera is walking away. Have a moment. Yes, and now you can finally see the bench in totally. And how easy was it with a couple of picks and of course some a little sign and a little wreath, and you're already fit to go to have your own little Christmassy inspiration. But of course, a lot of you must not think about it on Christmas, so we are going very fast forward to the last quick inspiration. Of course, I show you also for everyone who enjoys it what you can do for the spring season, Easter season. You can do, of course, some greenery with some little lemons inside on the sides. You can make also a little tag with some lemon. You can find them also in our free printable. There are also a little prints with some lemon. So I'm going to place this one over here. I'm going to take a little piece of greenery. It's also a garland, and I'm just going to place it inside, just squeeze it in a little. On this side, the same, just pull it in. It gives already a little bit of a structure before you can place the rest. I'm going to do some fern over here and in this corner. And in this corner the same, just squeeze it in. On this side, we are going to take one on this side, just squeeze it in over here. And we're going to do in this corner the same, squeeze it in. And we are going to go now for I think a little bit of our lavender. And of course I have lavender in different colors, but I'm choosing for this one. I'm totally into the purple color this season. I don't know why, but I do. And I'm going to bend it over, and I'm going, because I want to have it a little bit lower, just squeeze it in, one in this corner, one in this corner. And of course we are going to do the same on the other side, because we want to have it symmetrical. This one over here, and again squeeze it down, and we're going to do this one over here. I have from the same garland also a couple of picks smaller, and I'm going to work them inside in the gaps which are over. And here's a little gap, and of course on this side I also see a little gap, so I'm going to squeeze it in. And another one also. I showed you, this is just very small pieces. You have it in your face right now. Sorry, it's a little bit too close. Like this. And now I'm going to take some pieces of boxwood, and I showed you. And I just also, this is also from a piece of garland, if I can reach it. And you see, this is a piece of garland. He was very long, at 2 meters and 70 centimeters. And I take it apart, always pieces like this. We are going to do 2, and we're going to place them inside here. And 2 again. Just make little bundles on this side also, over here. And we're going to make another from 2, and we are going to place them a little bit more in front. And this 2, and also in front over here. And you see whether you get a nice little display. Now I'm going to take some little pieces of white baby breast, and I'm going to do them in between over here. Just squeeze it in here, and we are going to do one over here. I'm not going to do a much white, because I have already my bench white, everything is already white, so I leave it with this. But you can decorate it any way you like. Go for it. If you have more coloring, more greenery, just do whatever you think it's right. And of course I totally forgot my bunnies, but you will see them in the quicker I'm going to show you what you need for this DIY and what we're going to make. We're going to make a Christmas bench. Of course, I never know how it will turn out and how it will be. So I hope you come along with me, and we're going to do it step by step. I make the mistakes and you can make it in one piece in totally. So we need our tumbler tile blocks, some paint at your choice, some wood glue. Of course, you can use a glue gun or maybe some other glue, but I most of the time go for my glue gun or for my wood glue. I have some scissors, I have some cutting tools, I have some brushes, some markers, and of course don't forget a little saucer with an old piece of kitchen towel on top of here. Then you can wipe away the glue you don't need. So these are the main pieces for this bench, what we're going to make. So we will see how this will turn out. For our Christmas bench, we are going to make first the little planter we are going to make on the side, on one side only. So we are going to make 8 pieces of 2. I see already this one has really a bad shape, so I'm going to go for this one, and I'm just going to, like this, glue them together in a straight line. And I know you see already also this one is a little bit smaller than the other block. That's always in a package, you always have blocks which are not totally fitting. So again, this is number 2. We're going to place it over here. We go for a number 3 and just squeeze them together. And also you see already this one is smaller also. So we get a little open gaps. If you don't want to get open gaps, then you use some speckle to fill it up. But I like the rustic look. Number 4. And this will be in number 5. And I'm going to make number 6 and number 7 and number 8. And then we're going to closing it up with some blocks. And this is number 5, number 6, number 7, and the last one, number 8. And this is one side of our planter box. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. You see our 6 pieces are drying. I have 2 of the sides which are fitting the best. That's always important. It doesn't matter if you have blocks which are not totally comparing, but of course at the end make sure that you have them over here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue on this side. Maybe I can do it differently. I'm just thinking I can do better. Lay this on the side and do some glue over here, so you learn at the moment you work with it. And I'm going to do this one over here. And what I'm going to do, I'm doing very easy, laying my blocks next to each other. Make sure that if you have comparison blocks, just turn them over and this way. And we're going to go for this way, and we're going to go for this way. I think I'm going to need to turn this one. And now we have, I hope, a kind of a straight line. I'm going to place this one down. And you see already the mistake I made. I don't need 8 of them. I need, of course, 9. And I have 9. Sorry. I'm sorry. I did miscount. Of course, the blocks are not totally glued together, but it doesn't matter. Just make now a nice, little side, so everything is a little bit comparison to each other. So it doesn't matter if things go out of each other, just try to fill it up and make it fitting the best you can, like this. So you really need 8 blocks of 2. I didn't miscount. I thought I did, but I was missing one. But I have already. Everything is gone. I let this dry in for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to make again 3 other sides. You see this one is drying, and I'm going to do the other 3 a little bit faster. You see already I have 4 sides on my table. They are drying right now, but here I have the smaller blocks over the bigger blocks. For the smaller blocks, if you use the smaller blocks, you need 2 rows of 3 on this side, and in the middle you need 9 rows of 3. So very easy. Dus you need, of course, 11 rows of 3, and then you do use 2 over here, and the rest will be in the middle. So here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and this is number 10, and this is number 11. It will be a little bit bigger, and then you have already one side of your bench for the smaller blocks, and you need, of course, 4 of this one also. Our 4 sides are drying right now. For everyone who has the bigger blocks, we are going to do the next step. We are going to use one of the panels like this, and what I'm going to do again make a nice shape over it, because I want on both sides of my bench, I want to have a little bit of a decorative side. So I'm going to do 2 blocks together like this, and I'm going to squeeze them together this way. Of course, I have to look where I have it. Over here, squeeze it, press it down, and I'm going to do some glue on this side over here, and I'm going to place them over here. This way, make sure that you have a nice straight line again, and this way. And what we're going to do, we are going to do 2 blocks again together this way, and we do on both sides from this block. We're going to place it over here. We get another block, and we're going to place it over here against each other, and this way. Of course, what I totally did forget, we need of course a little glue on the bottom. In a moment you will see exactly what I mean. And this way we lay it down. And why do I do it already this way? Now you can still redo it. If you make it in one piece, glue it together, then probably it will break, because your glue is already dried up. We do it together again. We do some glue over here like this. We're going to get another block. We're going to place it over, and of course I do a little bit of glue on this side to glue this one also. Again, this way. And I'm going to place this one on top. Very easy. And redo it again. Make a nice straight line. Look for the right lining over here and this way. And this way. What I'm going to do now, we're going to go in the middle. So we go to do some glue in the middle over here. We do some glue on this side, and we're going to lay it down in the middle. We do on this side only, and we're going to place it also again in the middle, and we still can redo it because everything is not glued together yet. Now we need the sides. Again, I'm doing some glue over here. I'm doing some glue on this side. On this side, I'm going to lay it down again. And on this side, also one side. And I'm going to very easily squeeze it in and fill it in again together this way. Now it's already going to start to look like how I want to have it. And now I'm going to get 2 loose blocks like this one. And I'm going to do some glue on the side and on the bottom. So on the side and on the bottom, again, I'm going to lay it down, and I have an overlay over the half this way. You see? He's for, I think 1/3, he's over the half, and I'm going to do this one the same. Just do some glue on this side, and I'm going to do on the bottom. And again, I'm going to lay 1/3 over the half, and this way, squeeze it, press it down like this, and I'm going to feel if my corners are straightly on top of my piece. And I'm going to let this dry also. So we have one decorative side already for the planter box, and in a moment we are going to do the other side of the bench. And if you are using the smaller blocks, it's also very easy. Use one of the pieces from your planter box also as a decorative one. You do 3 blocks this way, you're going to do 3 blocks this way, and you're going to do 3 and 3 over here, and then 3 in the middle, and you do a 1 on each side of this one. And then you also have a decorative look, but you can change it up if you want a little block more or a little block less. Fill it in the way you think it's right. Our 4 sides are drying from our planter, but of course our planter box also needs a bottom. We are going to do this from 5 blocks in a row. So again, 3, 4, 5. It's very easy. We're just going to glue them together. You do 4 blocks with some glue. I'm going to turn it over. And number 3 and number 4 And number 5 will be the closure up. And this way, make a straight line, squeeze it, press it together, and this way. So you get a nice straight line. We're going to do here the same. 4 blocks, this one, number 2, number 3, and number 4. And number 5 is the closure up again. We're going to squeeze it together like this. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. Of course, we wipe away the glue we don't need. And like this. And again, make sure that you have a straight line this way. I have here already on my table for the smaller blocks. These are the sides you will get if you have your planter box. And in the middle you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks. You need 3 rows of 7 blocks for the bottom. But because this will be one side, this will be one side, this will be one side and this one. And for the bottom you need 3 rows of 7 blocks. So then you also have the measurement for the bottom for the smaller blocks. You see already I have one of the sides of our bottom I placed right up. I'm going to do some glue over here in the middle and I'm going to lay them together this way. Very easy. Squeeze them together and make a nice, yeah, it is a kind of a square. And let this dry in also at least for I think about half an hour. I have all my pieces of my planter over here. What I'm going to do, I do the one with my decorative side. I'm going to lay this way and I'm going to glue this one on the side. So I'm going to do some glue on the underside over here and I'm going to place it in the middle, of course over here, and I'm going to keep it in place for a couple of minutes like this. And of course you can wait with me, but I don't think you like that, so I will wait on my own. Now we're going to take one part and of course I'm going to glue a little on this side, on the underside over here, a little line, and we are going to do it on the underside on this side. And I'm going to place it on here. Be careful. And if you use the bigger block, it will fall in a little bit inside, not totally on the straight line, but a little bit inside. And I'm going to let this dry in also. And make sure that you have a straight line. And I'm going to do with the other part the same. Of course, I'm going to do on the underside over here in a straight line, and I have to look for, and I'm going to do it on this side over here on this line, and I'm going to place it in here again against the other one, and make sure that you have it over here, and we're going to squeeze it together, and we have to fill it up and this way, and we're going to remove a little. That's the greatest thing, that you didn't it's not totally glued together. Now you can still do it and readjust it, and that's always a great thing. I need a little go to the sides, to this side, and now I'm going to have the sides on the same length like I have over here. So, and I'm going to give this a couple of minutes before I do the top on here. So I did give it a couple of minutes. Now I'm going to go over with my glue and I'm going to make a line over here. Very easy. This way and over here and this way. And then we're going to give it at least an hour to dry. And we're going to glue this on top. And I have to look for the right of the best way you can glue, because you're always looking for the blocks which are not totally fitting on top of each other, so be aware of that. I have to go up a little higher, this way. And now we can have to look for the sides, because we have on each side a little overlay this way. And I'm going to let this dry in, and here you see how our little planter box turned out. What we're going to do, because this will be on the side over here, and we're going to do here a piece of the bench, and here will be one side panel, and this will be the same side panel we have over here, this the same decorative side. What you're going to, before I'm going to do that, because that has to dry overnight, I'm going to make a piece of wood. So very simple, just a couple of blocks on top of each other, and I think maybe 6 or 7. I have to look for, if I have this on this side, I have to look for how high I want to have it, because it will be on top and I'm going to make a Christmas tree for it. But I have to look for how high I want to have it. So maybe if I lay it sideways, of course this way, and I'm going to, it will be on top. I think I'm going for 6, 7, 8 blocks. Maybe I can even do it some higher. I'm going for 9 blocks. So very easy, just get 9 blocks. I'm really throwing with everything, so don't mind me. I'm just going to glue. This is 1, this is number 2, and number 3, and a number 4, and number 5, number 6, number 7, number 9, this way. And I'm going to, of course, turn this one over, make a nice straight, squeeze it, straight line, like this, and again, squeeze it together, and again, let it be over here, and clean your mat, of course, from the glue, and again, make sure that you have a straight line. And again, we're going to go for 9 blocks again, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 again. And we're going to go very, and that's why I'm doing it in between, because this needs to dry before you can use your jigsaw with it, so, or else you will be falling apart. And I always give it 1 night to dry in, and then I'm sure when I use my jigsaw it doesn't fall apart, because that's not what we want. We don't want that our tree is falling apart. And this way, and the last, of course, I don't have to glue it, I have to use it as a, and again, make a straight line like this, and squeeze it and press it together. Now you already have 1, and I'm going to get my, and if you're looking already correctly, you see already that I have here 10 blocks. So this one can already come off. It doesn't it doesn't need to be here. That's if you do it too fast. And I'm going to can glue it, of course. Oh, you see already. And then this, make a nice straight line this way. And now I'm going to make, I think I need 2 pieces. I think I have more than enough. Yes, I'm going for only 2 pieces of 9. So I'm going to place 1 of the 9. I'm going to place sideways, and I'm going to do some glue on it, because we want to make 1 big plank out of it. And this way, and we're going to let it come down. It doesn't matter if it falls apart, because we are going to saw it, so it doesn't matter. And now we have already a nice solid piece of wood. So, and I can draw later on some tree over it. And I'm still debating if I'm not going to do a right number 3 over here, but I'm going right now for 2. I hope I don't get that. I wish I did another one, but we will see. So, and now what we're going to do, we're going to do the same like side panel like we did with this side. So we're going to make again another side like this. So I was still debating with myself, but I think he's a little bit too low for the making my tree later on. So I'm going to go over it, and I'm going to glue a couple of blocks longer, and this way, and I'm going to do a little on the top and over here. So I'm going to make it a little bit longer than normally, but you can make it any size you like. And this way, and again also over here. So I can make the tree a little bit longer, and this way we're going to squeeze it and press it down, and we're going to let this dry in for at least overnight. And for the side of our bench we are going to make, again for the side panel, 6 blocks, of course 8 blocks from 2. So very easy, just make again 8 blocks of 2 on top of each other, very easy. Number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8. Very easy, and then we're closing it up with another one. This one is really offline, and this is one. Number 2 again, squeeze it, press it down, squeeze it, and press it down. And you see also over here, squeeze it, press it down. Here the same. This is number 5, number 6, number 8, and of course the last one, like this. And I have 4, of course I have 8 pieces of 2, and now we already have 1 panel. And in a moment, if this is glued together, we are going to do the decorative side also on this side. And you see I'm going to again lay 2 on the side. We're going to face this one up, and this one, and this one, and this one, of course this way, and this 2. And now very easy, do some glue over the same like we did with the other side. So this is 1 and a number 2, and make sure that you have enough glue. And we go 1 over here, 1 over here, number 3, number 4, and number 5. And again we're going to lay them down, very easy, this way, and the closure up over here. And we're going to lay this one over here and this one over here, very easy. And you already have your next side panel, and this way. And we're going to let this dry in also, squeeze it and make it a nice straight line again. And then we're going to let this dry in for at least also a couple of hours. We did let it dry in now a half hour, not totally more than a couple of hours, only 1/2 hour, but because this is the decorative side, and we're going to do, well, you saw with the flying glue, I'm going to do this one over here. So very easy, do also over here, place it on top, and we're going to make the same decorative line like we did with the other one. Again, do some glue over here again, and on this top, and place it over here, and do this one on top of here. You don't have to do it straight right now, because later on you can fill everything in the middle line. You do some glue, on this side and on this side, and you're going to place it in the middle, and you get 1 block, and you only have to do on the top, and you're going to squeeze it in, very easy, lay it next to each other. We are going to do again a 1 over here, a 1 over here, and we're going to do 1 line over here, and we're going to place it in again. We're going to do with this one the same, only this side, and we're going to squeeze it in again. And this way we're going to do here the same, over here, some glue over here, and on this side, and we're going to do some glue and place it down, and this way. And we're going to do for this one again only on the top, and squeeze it in again like this. And now we only need the loose blocks, but first we're going to make our nice square. Fill everything up, feel with your fingers that you have a nice straight line over here, because everything has to fit together. And this way. And of course over here, make sure that you have a nice lining over here. It takes a little bit of your time, but take your time because it is very important that it looks very nice. Over here. Over here. Now we need the decorative blocks, and this only on this side and a little on this side. And we do a 1/3 again over it this way, and this one on this side. So over here some glue and over here. And we're going to place it on this side. So we make sure that everything is fitting nicely together. So, and then we're going to let this dry in for a couple of hours. So of course our little planter is dried up, our side of our bench is dried up. I'm going to place it beside because we're going to make the sitting area from our bench. And what we're going to do, we are going to take it very easy. We are going to do 4 rows of 4 first. So very easy, just make 4 of these blocks. Number 2, you can row them together. We're going to do this one, and the last one will be a closure up again this way. Squeeze it, press it down like this. This is already number 1, and we are going to remove the glue. It's a little bit more work, but that keeps everything clean. So again, 4 pieces, and we're going to go for 1, number 2, and a number 3. And in a moment I also will give you from the sitting area the blocks you need for your smaller blocks. So everyone who makes it from the smaller blocks also have the measurement already. You have it from the side, you have it from the planter, and then you also will have it from the sitting area. And this will be number 3 and number 4. So very easy, you just do some glue on the tops and this way and this way, and the last and this one. And again we're going to closing it up this way, squeeze it, press it down, and we're going to do it over here, squeeze it and press it down and make a straight line. That's important. Again like this, and we're going to let this dry a couple of minutes. You see they are dried in right now, all 4 of them. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get some blocks. I'm going to make a little space in between. I'm going to do some glue on this side and on this side, and I'm going to place it halfway of the first 2 blocks this way, and I'm going to do here the same. Some glue over here and on this side. Very easy. And just going to lay it halfway, and I'm going to place this one against it in the same length like this, and squeeze it and press it down. And you see already everything is fitting quite nicely, but you see this one is a little bit more not totally straight. You see already he's a little bit offline, but we're going to try to work with it like this. And I'm going to have to look for that I have it on the same length, because we need to glue it in between, and you can do it with your blocks to make sure that you have the same length like this. It can go a little this way, so we make sure that everything is fitting quite nice. And this way. Now what we're going to do, we're going to do some glue on this one, because these 2 we are gluing together. Very easy. A line over here, place it down and squeeze them together this way. Again, make sure that you have a straight line. We're going to get 2 blocks again, and I'm going to look for this one is totally offline, and this one. So I'm going to do again, and you can make the pattern you want. Of course I'm doing this pattern, but you can do any pattern you like. Oh, of of course I shouldn't place it on my table. That's not the right the right way to do it. So don't do it the way that I do it. Don't mess your table. I'm going to place it over here and this way, and of course I'm going to do this way. I'm going to get my, and I'm going to do a little glue over here because or else it doesn't glue too rightly. So, and again I'm going to place this two also against here, the same like we did with the other one, to give it also a little bit of a structure. And again we're going to place it down, and we have to look for if the openings are the same, or else we don't get our bends in between. And this way. And now we're going to let this dry in for at least, I think, 1 or 2 hours. And now for everyone who uses the smaller blocks, we are going to do the sitting area. Of course, you can use 6 blocks in a row. Of course, your width of your piece is always 9 blocks. So you need 9 blocks to get it fitting in. So at least 9 blocks this way, but you can go for 6 this way. But you also can do, if you want to have it a little smaller, you can go, you have to look with what you like the best. But I think I'm going to probably would go for this, for 6 in a row, 6 this way. And you can make a nice pattern inside, do 2 of this one, or maybe do again a couple of the smaller ones over here. And just make a row of 6 over here. You can do anything you like. You only need to make sure that you have 9 here and 6 or 5 over here, and then you can play around with everything. I would give it a kind of steadiness, so I also would do 2 over here, or maybe 2 here, a longer one in the middle. Just do whatever you think is right, but you also can do the same like I did, maybe 2 of 6, then maybe 2 smaller one, 2 of 6, and maybe in the middle also 2 of 6. You can do anything you like, but like I said, keep in mind, make sure that you have 9 wide and 6 or 5 long, and in between you can decorate it any way you like. In the meantime, while my sitting area is drying, and probably yours also, I'm going to get the piece I made yesterday. This very easy wood piece. This is just, for me it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 blocks long, and again 10 blocks long. And I let this dry because we are going to make Christmas trees from this, because I want to have a Christmas bench. So I'm going to do for the Christmas trees. I also want to show you now, I don't know if I told you already for the smaller blocks, but you can go for 3. I would go for 3 wide, and I would go at least for 1, 2, 3, 4. I would go for 5. I would go for 5 this way. This most I would go 5, and of course then I would do it this way. This may be easier that you do just 5, and you have to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So I have to show it to you the right way, or else you don't know what to do. Just make rows of 9, very easy, but 5 rows of 9. If you just make 5 rows of 9, glue them together until one piece like I did over here, then you also have a nice plank where you can do your Christmas tree on top. So again, 9 blocks this way and 5 this way, so 5 blocks of 9. Very easy. I hope I explain it right, but if you don't understand, just let me know in the comments down below. So you see already, I printed out just a very easy silhouette of Christmas trees, 2 smaller ones, because I want to have 1 over here and 1 over here. So it is smaller, but do you want to have them bigger? It's also fine too. You can do whatever you think is right. So I'm going to do for the smaller ones. So I'm going to cut them out, and I'm going to place them on top of here. So you see, I did cut them out, and I'm going to turn them over because it's easier to go over with my lines when he is Yes, white, of course. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my pencil. My pencil here in the net, we call it potlood. It's a totally different name, potlood. So we are using our potload. Of course, you use your pencil. What I'm going to do, I'm going to place it really on the underside, and I'm going to get my potload, and I'm going to go over the lines, and I'm going to make it a little bit thick because I'm an old lady, and then I can see it where I have to use my jigsaw, because or else it will be one big mess because I don't see it anymore. So we are going to go for the lines over here. It's very easy, and I make a nice point on top. But of course I use this kind of Christmas tree, but if you like more a little bit of the rounding and you are very good with your jigsaw, then of course go ahead, make it as crazy as you like. But I'm going to go for the simple lines, and again, very easy. Go this way, I'm going to go aside, I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to the last lines, and I'm going to go this way, make it easy over here and this way. And you see already, now I have already my Christmas tree, the first one over here. So I only need to go over the lines, and I have already my first wooden Christmas tree. And I'm going to do the smaller one for the same over here. Have my two Christmas trees. Now I'm going to go outside, and I'm going to get my jigsaw and saw it out. And if you are really good with a hand saw, then you can also a figure saw, then you can do it also with your hand. But I use my jigsaw, and I really, if everyone who is here and is watching and is a little scared of a jigsaw, I just hope you give it a try. Maybe not start with this one, but just get a piece of wood and just go over it and try to make some lines in it. It doesn't matter how, but try to do it, because it is so much fun. And it is, of course, you have to be careful, but if you're just careful and you are just doing everything relaxed, it will be so much fun. And of course, I bought mine from Lidl or Lidl, just how you call it, for only I think 40 euros. So and it's similar like dollars. So if you have a Lidl or Lidl, and maybe you can even buy it in sale, then you are doing. But give it a try, because you will have so much fun, and the ideas are endless. So I hope you give it a try. And here you see my two Christmas trees. I did my best. Of course, maybe someone can do it better, but I am already really happy how these two turned out. And like I said, I'm also an amateur with jigsawing, so give it a try. You will have so much fun. So I'm going to lay them aside. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go now make 4 blocks of 4 again, 2 rows. Very easy, but make sure that this 4 blocks are really fitting to each other, because this will be the front and the sides of the sitting area. So make sure that you have it in a straight line, and make sure that you have a nice glue together, because this will be a play of an, oh my English. This will be the front and the back side of your sitting area, which you will see. So you have to look it as nice as you can do. So this is 1, this is a 2, and this is a 3. And we are going to glue them very easily again together. Make sure that you have a nice straight line, and this way. And I'm going to do with this one the same. And this is 1, and this is 2, and this is 3. And again, place them together in a nice row. And we're going to let this dry in also for a couple of minutes. So here we have our 2 pieces of 4. I'm going to lay in between my sitting piece. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make a line, because we're going to glue it on top on the first one to give it a nice ending. So over here, a nice line, and I'm going to do it over here or this way, and I'm going to place it on top. Very easy. just lay it aside and just place it on the top and make sure that you have a nice straight line. And we're going to do here the same. We're going to place it on top. Again, make a straight line. Look that you have it and just feel with your fingers if you have the right way and this way. And then we're going to let this dry in also. And you see my sitting area here is now drying. And in the meantime, I'm going to start already with painting all the pieces because we can always glue it later. So I'm going to go and do everything in a nice lighter sand colored chalk paint, but you can choose any color. Maybe you like the trees maybe green, or I don't know, choose whatever you think is right. But I'm going to do everything in the same color because I love the neutral tones. But of course, go ahead, do whatever you think is right. And of course, I'm going to do it a little bit faster than this. All my pieces are dried up and painted. And of course, I'm going to get the smaller piece, so the side piece. I'm going to turn it over this way. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to get my sitting area and I'm going to glue this on the line of this middle line. So I'm going to do some glue. Of course, I have to be sure first. I'm going to check it out if I am correctly and if it is fitting and not wobbly. So this is fine. So I'm going to do some glue on this. I hope I can show it to you this way. Over here. I'm going to do it over here. And I'm going to do it over here. And I'm going to place it, like I said, with this side, the underside on the middle piece. You see the middle line of here, and there I'm going to, here is on the middle line, and this one is on the middle line. Make sure that you have it in between and move away the glue you don't need. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. Make sure if you look at on the front side, it's also having the same measurement like you have on the other side. So I'm going to let this dry in, and then we're going to place the box, of course, on top. So I have laid down my planter, of course, with this side on the bottom. So over here, I'm going to do some glue on this piece. I showed the other piece, and maybe I can show it to you a little bit better. This piece, I'm going to do some glue on the tops, and we're going to turn it over on top of the planter. And over here, we do some glue over here and on this side. And now I'm going to move to the back side, and I'm going to place it over here, and I'm going to turn it over on top of here and also on the lines like this one, so we get the same height that we have, of course, on this side. So I hope this works. I also want to show you a little bit behind the scenes. You see here when he is drying our bench, the Christmas trees we have to do in a moment. And you see already on my table, he is over here and he has a paint can on top of here for give it a little bit of pressure. And this is how our bench already turned out. Of course, in a moment we go further with the Christmas trees. So I did let dry my bench, I think maybe a couple of hours. But he's not totally dry because that needs really overnight. So I'm going to turn him this way, and I'm going to do my Christmas tree on the back side. And of course you see it on the front side, but it is the back side because I have my planter on the right. That's just something for me. Of course you can do it on the left side. I will do first the bigger Christmas tree. So do some glue over here, and I'm going to place it in the back side, but exactly against the other one. So I'm going to squeeze it, press it down, and this way. And I'm going to give it a little push, so he will be. And now I'm going to do the smaller one. And of course, the smaller one I do totally against it, but you don't have to do it. Of course, maybe you can leave some space open, and you can do it on the other side, but I'm going to do it against each other. And this way, I have to make sure that I have it in a straight line on the back side. this way. And I'm going to let this dry, and in a moment always on the table are the things we need for this DIY. We need our tumbler towel blocks. I have some paint at your choice. Of course, I have here my little rooster. He is only using for silhouette. So we have here my old piece of kitchen towel, which is wet to wipe away the glue. And here we have my little container with everything inside we need for this DIY, like our wood glue, my pots, brushes, scissors, markers, everything I need. So it's not a lot, but we are going to make a rooster bench. We will see how this will turn out. So we are going to start with, of course, the two pieces, because we need two sides of the bench. And like I said, I'm going to use this rooster for it. The size of the rooster is, of course, because I give you the measurement of my blocks. Of course, if you use a silhouette from Google, or maybe you have also a rooster in your home, which you can use as a silhouette. This one is in centimeters. He is at the ending kind of 20.5 centimeters. In inches it is, I have to look for, I think 8 inches long. And in the, oh, you see already, wide he goes by, I think 6 inches wide, and in centimeters it will be, I have to look for a little wider. In centimeters, he will be 15 centimeters. So then you know also the size of the silhouette. Then it's fitting, of course, in the numbers of the blocks I give you. So it is not really a big bench, so you can easily place it everywhere in your decor, even when you have small spaces. And that's most of the time the greatest, that you have a small space and you even can decorate it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11. So we're going to do very easy 11 blocks in a row, and we do the longest side of the blocks. We place them together, but a lot of you who are here already for a long time know already, I would say, the drill, but sometimes I just feel like a drill inspector who is just counting and counting. But I only want that you also get a nice DIY and show you how easy it is, just with a couple of blocks, how you can easily make your own unique piece, because everyone gives their own twist on it. Some like more of the black color, some people like more like the white, so everyone can give their own twist on it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I'm only going to do this one also together with you, and then I will do the rest a little bit faster, because we need 5 rows of 11. So at least for the size of the rooster I use. And this kind of roosters you easily can find on Google for a silhouette. So it is very easy, and then you can measure out the sizes I just told you in inches or in centimeters. Again, we're going to squeeze it, but from the inside to the outside, or else it will pops out. And I had that already so many times, like a lot of you already know. I'm going to wipe away the glue, and of course also over here. And if you have a metal hook and you like that a little bit better to work with, go ahead, because I don't use it, but of course if you like it, it's totally fine too. So I'm going to place it on the side. I'm going to wipe away my mat, and of course I'm going to place this one also over here. And I'm going to make the other 3 rows of 11. So I have here my 5 pieces of 11. What we're going to do, we're going to place, you see already, one is not happy to glue together, so we do some glue over here. And we place it loosely against here. We do some line over all of them. Over here, make sure that you have some glue on each block. And you see already, just I have also, the blocks are not totally dry yet because you want to make one plank out of it, and then it's better that you don't wait too long because now you still can fill up the open gaps. That's why I do it a little bit faster, and then you have the chance that your blocks are falling apart, but it doesn't matter because you glue them so easily back together again. So this one will be falling, but it doesn't matter. Just place them together, make one big piece out of it, like this, and squeeze it, and make sure that you get a nice, at least a plank. It doesn't matter if it is not totally straight on the edge because you only use the silhouette inside. So we're going to wipe away the glue. Of course, we're going to wipe our mat free from glue. And we're going to leave this at least for a couple of hours before we're going to place the rooster on top and make the silhouette around it. Because this needs a time to dry before you can use your jigsaw or handsaw to cut it out. So I'm going to place this side. I'm going to make a second one because we need one side and we need another side with the rooster for the bench. So I'm going to let this place this aside, and I make the second one, and we are going to go further with the inside of the bench. Already I made the second one also, so now we have 2 planks with 5 rows of 11 blocks on each side. We're going to place this aside because this needs a couple of hours drying. We are going to go further with the inside of the bench. Now we're going to do the in between, and it's of course first the sitting area that you normally would sit on if it was a real bench. It isn't, but if it was, of course we are going to do 5 blocks, and we do another 5, and another 5. So this way, so now we have, oh, this is not correct. You see already I have here 6. This is not going to work. Then we get a real big bench, and it is not really a big bench, but he will be a little different than normally because we like a little different, and so you can make him also different and unique for your own home. So this is number 4. We're going to squeeze it and make sure that you get a nice straight line, especially here because this needs to be a straight line, or else we don't get it glued to each other later. Number 2, number 3, and number 4. And again, we're going to squeeze them. I have the blocks I have this time are really not great wood because there are pieces of, there are little openings, gaps, they are crooked. This is not really the best of the woods that I did this time got, because it's really awful, but we're going to work with it because it is cheap wood, at least here in the Netherlands. You buy them even, a lot of you buy them even cheaper than I do. I paid $2.99 for a package, and it's only 54 blocks, and you buy, if I'm correctly, for $1.25, and you have, I think it's from 75 blocks, nee, 75, if I'm correctly, of 70, I don't even know how you can count in English. I don't know how to say it. I will get back to you. At least I have 54 and you have, if I'm correctly, 75. So I hope I say it right. So we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So now I did give this 3 pieces of 5 a little moment to dry in. It's only a couple of minutes. And we're going to do some glue, and we're going to place them together this way, and we're going to squeeze it because now we still, like I told you also with the other planks, we can still remove it and we still can make a nice fitting plank and have as less open gaps as we can have, because we don't like that. And if you have open gaps, just use some wood filler or maybe some, you call it speckle, I don't know what speckle, I don't think we know it here in the Netherlands, but at least I use most of the time, if the gaps are really awful, I most of the time leave it this way, but if you're really bothered with it, just use some wood filler and fill it in. So this is already the sitting area, and now we're going to do the top, and we're going to do this also different because we have a rooster bench. So I want also on the other side, on the back side, I want to have roosters who are pointing to each other. So we will see how this will turn out. I have no idea. So for the back side, we're going to start with one piece. Later we're going to make the rooster heads, but we're going to do 3 blocks, and again 3 blocks, and another 3 blocks. So we don't glue them together on the longest side again. It's really gluing on the longest side, this DIY. And number 1 and number 2, place them together. And here also number 1 and number 2, and place them together. Squeeze it, and again we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. So we give the 3 blocks of 3 a little moment drying, again not too long, and we're going to do some glue on this side and on this side, and we're going to place them together in one long piece. And feel with your fingers that you have a nice straight line again, and we're going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to give this also at least because this is not really something we are going to cut in, so this is an hour and it is dry, but the pieces you always have to cut, you always need at least a couple of hours. So we're going to place this also aside, and now we're going to make the space of the plank we use for on top of here, and where we're going to cut in our rooster head. So I'm going to let this dry, and of course now we're going to make the top. So for the back side we are going to get 4 blocks. This is already 1. We need another one of 4. Oh, you see already this is a half block, we don't need that. This is a 4, and the last of 4 blocks. So we need 4 pieces of 4. What we're going to do, we're going to do again the longest side, place them together, and this one we do over here the same. I do it as fast as I can, but I want to be sure that everyone who loves to know how it is made, that everyone can follow the steps. And I know, like I always tell you so many times, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it doesn't matter, because there are so many beautiful creators who do it a little bit faster than I do, because I'm not the fastest, because I take my time for it. So again 4 blocks, and again 4 blocks, and going to squeeze it, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need, and we're going to let this rest. And like I told you, we're going to cut in these pieces later. So this one needs to be very dry. So oh, of course this one also. We're going to make a nice straight line again, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes because 2 of them are glued together. So now we gave it a couple of minutes. What we're going to do, we are going to glue the tops. So we do the top side of the blocks, and we could do some glue, place it down and squeeze them together. We do here the same, some glue on the tops, place this down and place this one together until one piece. And we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. And like I told you, this piece needs more drying. I show you this one is, these 2 are for the making the heads of the rooster. For the back side, this is the sitting area. I show it you also a little bit closer. It's 3 blocks, 3 rows with 5, and this is 3 rows of 3. So then we have the inside of the bench. So I did let them dry in, the pieces of the bench, at least the middle piece. And now I'm going to get the 2 pieces of 4, two rows of 4. I'm going to get them over here. I'm going to get my rooster, and what I'm going to do, because I have to place them a little bit lower or else I don't get his head on top of here. I'm going to measure out, squeeze everything, measure out the part I want to have on top of here. Of course, if you have a little bit like the same measurement with paper, so I hope you have paper, you just cut off, if you have your rooster, make 2 copies of your print, And of course, cut off the head of the rooster and place it on top of it. It's a little bit easier than what I do right now, but we are going to work with it. So I'm going to do over here, I'm going to go with my pencil and make sure that I have the lines around it. And again over here. And we go very easy. Of course, like I said, a print is a little bit easier to work with than what I do right now. But I saw my rooster and I thought this is a nice rooster to work with. But maybe I could have do better a little print. So we will see. And this is his head. Of course, it looks... It looks really horrible, but of course we're going to give it a try with my jigsaw and I'm going to cut it out. But if you are smart, then you get a print which is a little bit easier to cut out. So I'm going to cut out this one and I'll copy it on the other one. So I have two of the same pieces. So I have here my two rooster heads, and of course it was a little bit of a task to make them because it is really difficult to get, and especially if it is not dry enough and things are breaking off, then you are really sad because it is already a task when everything stays together. So I am really happy that everything works. So give it enough time to dry before you're going to cut your chicken. So I'm going to have my two pieces. Of course, I'm going to do them against each other. This is the back side, the 3 high. And now I'm going to look for where I want to have them. I think I'm going to be a little bit on the outside, over here. And I'm going to get my wood glue and I'm going to glue them. Of course, if you like it this way, it's also fine too. You can also choose for this one. Or maybe you can do it this way, then you can even look at this. And it's just which one or which side is nicer to look for. I don't know, I even like this one when they are going to this way. I really don't know. Or if I'm going to do it this way. I think I'm going to go for this. So I'm going to do some glue on the underside, but choose anything you like. And I took a rooster, but of course you can also maybe do some duck. Or maybe another animal, it doesn't matter. You can do anything you like. And a little glue over here. And I'm going to place this one also a little over the line. And I'm going to squeeze them. We're going to wipe away the glue. Also over here. And we're going to let this dry in. So I place my back side of my bench on the side. I'm going to get one of the blanks and I did let it dry for a couple of hours, at least 5 hours. I'm going to get my rooster, I'm going to place it on top of here. I'm going to look which underside is the straightest. So I'm going to look for, and then I'm going to place it on top of here. And I'm going to get my marker and I'm going to go easily around my rooster, and then I can cut this one out also. So, and this is how he's looking like. So I'm going to go to my garage and I'm going to try to cut them out the best I can, because I'm not a professional with cutting, so I'm really doing my best. I make it myself not easy, because when I see all the lines I hope I can get it out this way. But of course, like you, if you have a print, just make sure that the print is as easy as you can cut it, because I will do my best. We will see how I will do. And here you see already the two roosters I just cut out, but it was a task. I had to ask my husband to help me, because it was especially in between here, my hands were numb. I couldn't feel anything anymore because I have arthritis. So I hope you don't have the same problem. So, but of course it was, especially if you have a little bit of the bigger forms of shapes, then it's a little bit better to work with. I chose, of course, a little bit too much of this kind of things. So, but I did my best. What I'm going to do, because these are the sides of the bench, we need, of course, this is not standing, it stands on its own, but of course you don't want to have it this way. It's a little bit too small. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get 4 blocks and again 4 blocks. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to glue them together, very easy, on the longest line, and this one, and over here, place it against here. We do here the same. And of course also here the same, but we already have of course two sides. So we have one over here. Again, this is one. We have number 2 for the other side. And we have number 3 for the other side. And the last, of course, number 4. So we have on each side 4 pieces of 2. So we're going to squeeze them, make them a nice straight line, squeeze it. And again, wipe away the glue you don't need. So it takes a little bit of your time so you get a nice little feet under it. And squeeze and squeeze, and I'm going to let this rest a couple of minutes. So we gave it a couple of minutes. We are going to glue the tops, and we're going to glue these two together. We're going to do here the same. Glue them together, also over here. And the last, and again, squeeze it and make sure that you have a nice straight line again. Over here. And over here, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes. Of course, don't forget to wipe away the glue, because you don't want that in your paint or in your wax later, because you have to sand it. So we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So I gave it a couple of minutes. What I'm going to do, I'm doing some glue over here, and I'm going to place this one on top of here. I'm going to do here the same, and we're going to a little glue over here, and we're going to take this one, of course, on top of here, and here the same. Go on the side, give it a little pressure, make sure that you have a nice straight line. We're going to place it over here. We're going to give this some squeeze, and of course, again, some pressure. And we're going to place this also aside, because we're not going to glue it under our rooster yet, because we still need to do the middle piece of the bench in each other. So now we have the sitting part of our bench. You still have, if everything is correct, you still have this laying around. The 3 rows of 5, we're going to get some glue on the underside of the back side of the bench. We do some glue over here. And we're going to place it on the ending, on top, not on the back side from it, but really on the top. And we're going to give it some pressure. And we feel with our fingers that we have it straight next to each other. And of course, go around it with your little old piece of towel and make sure that you have the glue away. And on the inside, you take a brush and you wipe the glue also away. We're going to let this dry in at least for a half hour. So now I did let this dry in the middle piece of the bench. I'm going to get my rooster, place it on the flat on the table. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do one of the sides of my back side of the bench. I'm going to do some glue over here and over here. Make sure that you have enough, because what is too much, you can easily wipe away with your towel and of your brush. I couldn't come on the word. And now I'm going to place it, of course, on the first moment I can get it inside of the underside of the rooster. You mean especially over here. So the moment you can, it fits inside of the rooster, then let it fall down and then place it on top of here. And make sure that you have it in a right angle. Then give it some pressure. And we're going to give this, I showed you also this side, you see. And on this side, he is nearly fitting inside, and there is where I already place it. I'm not going to do it higher, just over here. So I'm going to give it a little moment to dry in, and then I'm going to do the other side of the rooster on top. So now I have one side glued on top of the rooster, but of course we want the other rooster on the same length over here that we have this one. What I did, I just get my ruler and I'm just place it against here. I'm just measured out, it's 7.4 centimeters. And of course in inches it is, if you take the whole piece, it is 2.9 in inches. So it's very easy. I just get my rooster and I did place it over here. Take 2.9 over here and I just get my mark, and I also did it in centimeters. I just place it over here. I did 7.4 and just mark my line. So you see, now I know that this has to be the underside of my bench. So very easy. I'm going to do some glue. And it's not totally dry yet, but I'm going to take the risk because I want to glue them together and then I can pressure them with some paint cans. So I hope that everything will work out. Of course, I am really careful. I'm placing it this way and I have it on the line over here. I'm going to let it fall down and make sure that I have it in the middle over here, and then we're going to give it some pressure from the top over here, and we're going to let it settle in for a little moment. So I have my 2 feet and of course I have my bench. What I'm going to do, I'm going to paint it first before I'm going to glue them under it, because I'm still a little bit debating if I'm going to place them or not. So that's always DIY. You have to make choices if you do it or you don't do it. So I'm going to paint them separately. I'm going to use my creamy color, and later of course we give some details to the rooster. But first I'm going to do everything in the cream color. And you see already this a little bit, yeah, it's a little bit more than off-white. So I am really loving this color, but you can give it a gold color, a silver, you can do anything you like. So I'm going to do this a little bit faster. So the bench is drying, and in a moment I'm going to do with some red. I'm going to make the accent, of course, on the rooster. But first I was finding in my stash a little tag still. It's an old one, but I'm going to glue 3 blocks together. Like this, I'm going to place this aside. So very easy. I'm just going to get my wood glue, and this way you can easily make a cute little sign. Just find a little print and just cut it out and just make 3 blocks together. Let it rest in for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to glue our print on top of here. And of course, I'm going to give this as an undercoat. I'm going to do a little bit of the brown shoe polish, and then I'm gluing my little tag on top of here to decorate our bench with. So it's so easy to make your own cute little signs. You don't have to pay a lot of money for your own little sign. Do you want to have it wider? Just double it up with 3 blocks and you can make any sign you like. So I use, like I said, a little bit of the brown shoe polish, but if you like the background in another color better, it's also fine too. You can choose anything you like, and maybe you don't even like farmhouse things. So of course, give it your own twist on it. This is only a base you can use, and you can go as crazy as you like. So I'm going to finish this off, and I'm going to glue our tag on top of here. So our bench is almost ready. We only need to do the tops of here in the Netherlands we call it hanekam. And of course here's a little chin we need to do in the red color, but you can do any color you like. So I'm going to do a little bit of the lighter red, and I take my time for it to make it as nice as I can. And of course, then we need only to glue it on top of the little feet. So the eyes I'm just going to do with some schoolboy paint, and I just do the back side of my brush, and I just make a little dot on top of it. But you can do anything. You can use some googly eyes. You can maybe draw them on top of there. Do whatever you think is right. So, but the chickens are almost finished. The bench is almost finished. Of course, you see in a moment the quick impression.